The following is brought to you in part by a grant from the Foundation for White Wellbeing.
The prophecy is fulfilled. The white race will be a people again.
Trying to tear us apart. They throw their stones, but I've got a brave heart. I'm proud of my roots, I won't be ashamed. With fire in my soul, I'll never be tamed. They want us silent, but I'll raise my voice. With every ounce of strength, I'll make my choice. No more shadow, I'll step into the light. With pride in my blood, I'll stand and fight. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. They try to erase us, rewrite the past, but the sake of our heritage is built to last. I'll shout it from the rooftops, let the truth be known. With every step I take, I'm never alone. They can't take my spirit, they can't take my pride. With my brothers beside me, I'll never hide. Together we'll rise, we'll break through the night. With courage in our hearts, will win this fight. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. So here I stand, unyielding and proud. In the face of their hate, I'll shout it loud. No more guilt, no more chains to bind. With pride in my heritage, I'll never unwind. We'll carry the torch, we'll light up the night. In this battle for truth, we'll stand and fight. With strength in our hearts, and pride in our soul, we'll rise together, we'll take control. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. No white guilt, I'm proud of my name. In this world of darkness, I'll never feel shame.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
Hell yes, we will, ladies and gentlemen. It's Sunday. You know what that means. It is Church of the West. It's time to get fired up, share the work that we are doing, promulgate it far and wide so we can bring as many wonderful people in here, servants to the spirit of the West. Feature stories today, Holocausting whites. Aarvoll on Nicki, things have changed again. Jewish Jake Lang punched in the face. MTG quits and goes home, and Indian MAGA. Wow, things just never cease to amaze and also keep utterly in line with all of our predictions. Go free lesson of the day. We're going to get to shame, extorting, and support shaming, as well as a MP and MC. Your comments, your questions, and then there's this. A woman visits her husband in prison. Before leaving, she tells the corrections officer, "You shouldn't make my husband work like that. He's exhausted." The officer laughs and says, "Are you kidding, ma'am? He just eats, sleeps, and stays in his cell 24 hours a day." The wife replies, "He just told me he's been digging for months." It is 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia, across from Mordor on the Potomac, 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, midnight in Moscow. What time is it where you are on planet Earth? What day is it? In fact, we are going free, ladies and gentlemen. It is glorious to see. Don't allow a wife with a yapper that's just going to visit you in prison. You never know how that's going to end up. So glorious to be here with all of you. Happy Thanksgiving coming up on us this time of year in the United States. We have a lot to be thankful for, and it is, of course, all of these champions here in service to white well-being, heroes that are changing the world so that you and I can live a better life, and all of those little beautiful white children to come. Great to see every single one of you, as is always the case. If you would like to donate to the work that white positive activists are doing, you can do so at thefoundationforwhitewellbeing.org. Head on over there. It's a 501c3. It's the white person's ADL, or the Asian person's, what all of their different group names, and the NAACP for the blacks and everything. We've been around and we've been succeeding. We've been winning. Where are you? Why aren't you here? The world is going to ask, what were you doing with your time and your effort? Well, this white well-being community was recapturing the destiny of the West. Well, I was financing another politician. Well, then you were a loser and an idiot. And that's what it comes down to, ladies and gentlemen. You are a loser and an idiot if that's the case. You can also financially gift yours truly directly. You can head on over to knowwhyguilt.org. You'll find the tabs that we use there for financial gifting. I keep my eye on a number of those while we are together, and I read those comments. The app that permits cash is up and running. Subscribestar, as well as Entropy and D-Live, a Premium Rumble, all available to you for financially gifting while we are together today. I will be reading all of those, and God bless you. Big salutes to everybody financially gifting. You can tag me on those aforementioned platforms, as well as Odyssey, YouTube, and the live chat right here on Twitter X, and I'll be looking for that. Please tweet and retweet, post tweet, quote tweet, share, tweet away, tweet your ass all the way down the lane, as Ivan Zahovabul is doing, so we can bring some people in here and they can see what we're doing and how it's different and how it benefits them, where else everything fails, ladies and gentlemen. NoWhyGuiltCollectibles.com for a host of opportunities and options. Buying textbooks with my signatures on them, stickers, shirts. We have bumper stickers. We have a number of things over there. But there is so much more. NoWhyGuilt.org. You'll find there many magnificent people have contributed, and you'll find printouts for leaflets you can make, and you'll find memes that you can copy down and you can share online from our meme mavens, the champions. And we can thank the great Foreknow for so much of the work there, making that happen. It's a glorious contribution from a brilliant man that is occupied in the work that we do here because he is white positive. He wants to end the victimization of Western kind, like all the good people here. Big salutes to every single one. As I look over at Premium Rumble, the only person I see is Dallas, the great Dallas Malloy. Good to see you, Dallas. How many people are we going to bring in here today? I want to thank everybody who has decided to come over for Church of the West, because you are the doers. You are the agents of a change in the milieu, this anti-white narrative where we are trapped. You can head, if you have a desire to do so, into the description on YouTube, and you'll find a lot of marvelous things. You'll find clip makers for the work that we do here, for those who need sound bites, or that's what they would like to share. You'll find music makers. 99.9% of the music that we have here are in-house actual musicians and otherwise creators of music, and we're deeply appreciative of all of those champions. We got a lot of things to get into today, so no time to waste. And you can see the great Dean Danger is here. Dean Brant Danger, the best dean there ever was, and good to see you, good brother. There's the great Franklinator. And wonderful to see you, good sir. Masumik is here. Rapunzel, Mean White, Dennis. So many champions have shown up in this late hour of the West so that we can reclaim our destiny before it is too late, ladies and gentlemen, before it is too late. Why don't we go ahead and jump right into a piece of news. As we pull that up, I will ask you all again to share the work that we are doing so that we can bring in as many people as possible, and they can decide for themselves what kind of person are they. Are they the kind of person that wants to actually reclaim the destiny of the West, or are they somebody just screwing around? Guess what? Another prediction has come true, ladies and gentlemen. Guess what? So many years ago, just last night, I attended the Australian GFC meeting with the champions over there, and the magnificent, lovely Porge was saying, Jason, guess what? Guess what? Your prediction about so many Indians and so many others around the world operating these accounts and it all being fake on the internet. In particular, we talked about that in reference to Lauren Southern. White Wolf is here. Good to see you. Eva is with us. I am Celine is with us. Good to see you all. Champions, all champions. Wonderful to see you. Make sure you switch it over to live chat if you are on YouTube so that you can bypass some of the censorship that takes place with Top Chat or whatever else you're seeing on your device that is not live chat. Ladies and gentlemen, he said it's all fake. And guess what just happened? Well,
accidentally, or I guess according to them, was testing the new feature that showed where accounts were located. And it turns out a exceedingly large percentage of the big, both Democrat and MAGA accounts were all from India and Pakistan. Now, I've said this for years. And
we were before that.
And I strongly suspect Elon will not turn it back on because it's probably worse than he ever could have imagined. But let's take a look at this story because it is absolutely vindicating. I hope you guys are enjoying your weekend. By the way, still time. I'll keep it real quick. Coffeebrandcoffee.com, link in the description. Bring some coffee to Thanksgiving, or if you're having people over, I've got 4 great suggestions and all of them ship free next day. Our strawberry liner, which I think brandcoffee on coffeebrandcoffee.com. And what's evil about it, what I love about it, is that we can get a bunch of people to really try the coffee, which would be incredible, to like about the account and see in general what region.
Okay, so he's having a hard time explaining this because he has a hard time explaining everything. Effectively, what happened is for a while now, X has floated the idea of sharing the location of accounts of their creation and making that something that everybody can see. So we will be able to know for sure where these people are and there have been people against it. There are a lot of Indian people against it, and I wonder why that is. I wonder why. But that aside, a lot of folks out there, particularly Indian people, who are against sharing a lot of non-white people are against sharing the location of the accounts and where they were created. And nonetheless, it was turned on for several hours just the other day, and it revealed that a shit ton, an absolute shit ton of the biggest accounts on X, and this is going to hold true across every single platform. And as I said, if you did not watch the two gatherings that we had, that have Lauren Southern on the thumbnail, watch both of those. It's a world of eye-opening material. It's time to stop pretending that you're going to get anything at all on the internet that is anything other than fake, anything other than fraudulent garbage. Here's the litmus test. If you can't take what you've learned on the internet and take it to the real world and have it do something effective and productive for you, then it is useless and you shouldn't be imbibing it. If you're going onto the internet and you understand, oh, everything here is pure fiction, everything here is serving the interests of the content creators of these accounts, as well as shady characters behind those content creators that can threaten, that can reward, and it can be several different groups of shady characters. If you go into it saying, okay, I understand that, I'm just here for the entertainment value, I'm not going to repeat anything I hear here, I'm not going to believe anything that I learn here, because it's all garbage now. It's nothing but spoiled garbage now. If you have that mindset, okay. But if you're looking for some truth and value, then you have to evaluate by whether or not the material that you glean from the internet is of value to you in your life. Can you take it into your world and implement the strategies and ideas and et cetera, and have them produce something positive? Have there be a net positive for you, your family, friends, our people, when you're talking about white well-being? Is that there? If it's not, then it's just serving the interests of the content creator. And you might say to yourself, well, I'm not donating to these people. I'm not writing checks to them. I'm not sending over donations in any form. Doesn't matter. Your ass in the seat is money in their pockets. Your eyeballs aggrandizing them is money and more views, more aggrandizement, more sex partners, etc. For these content creators. You are the tool. You are the bitch. You are the loser. You're the pay cuck, whether you like it or not. And that's what's happening all over. Just 12 hours or whatever, they turn this on. And suddenly you discover that all of these MAGA influencers, all of these, and even on the anti-white left versus the anti-white right, you're seeing big accounts that are located in other places of the world, people who are serving their own self-interest, not the people of the United States, certainly not the white race. It's just battling back and forth with salacious material, evocative material, provocative material to try to get more eyeballs on themselves. So engendering rumors and the rumor of rumors and etc. and speculation galore, just to get people to show up to hear what's the next crazy thing, what's the next conspiracy. Folks, this has reached toxic, poisonous stew levels on the internet. And it won't be long. It won't be long until this vestigial, for some creators, this vestigial like, oh, I'm here because I care about America, or I'm here because I care about Canada, or I'm here because I care about your nutrition, or I'm here because I care about you being physically fit and working out, or I'm here because I care about you understanding how to interview properly, or I'm here because all of that vestigial reasons for doing the things they're doing, that'll disappear in the pursuit of the most outrageous shit possible. So you've had these content creators in India, in Southeast Asia, in Africa, etc., in the Middle East, battling online, carrying white cuck losers around and white schmuck losers around by the nads, grabbing them by the nads and leading them in not only feckless, but destructive behaviors and thoughts and alliances and battles and etc., all for the enrichment of the content creators back in these foreign countries. Open your fucking eyes, white race. We're running out of time. Stop listening to this shit online. Every time I turn around, I can't get not even a 1%. I can't get 0.5% of my tweets to get to the people who follow me on X because of the deboosting anti-white bastards that run that operation. But these Indians and these Southeast Asians can get online as MAGA and have 500,000 of your dumbasses following them.
They were located. And a lot of people were upset about privacy. I understand that, but it's not like it's giving you, a latitude and longitude or an address or even a state or, it's just a country level. And it will also let you know if they registered the account and are using a VPN. Now, am I against VPNs? Absolutely not. But if I suspect you're a foreign bot agent, profiting off American political divide, and you're using a VPN, I'm just going to assume that you're a foreigner. That's just how I think that's fair. And I think that we've seen major accounts get exposed last night. This huge account, Alex Cole, which is AC News Critics, turns out based in, joined in the Bahamas, an account based in Canada, but has a lot to say about American politics. Turns out this account was bought by like Act Blue or some company like that, and was never actually used by, Alex Cole, I guess, sold this account a long time ago, I guess the story is. But the meltdown has been amazing. And by the way, he said that he voted. Waited 5 hours in line to vote for Biden today. Holy ish. Stay in line, people. Every vote counts. In Georgia. Wait a minute. But you're Canadian and you created the account in the Bahamas. Now, there are some accounts that, they did roll it out, for example, and, they need to increase accuracy, so it isn't 100% sure. But even Sarah Stock, I don't have anything against Sarah Stock, but she is primarily an American political commentator who is Canadian. And she has said that everybody knew this. She advocates for America. Okay, maybe. I don't have anything against her, but it's just the sheer number on both sides. How about this account? Mega Scope. X has just shut down access to the feed.
Look, if you are somewhere out like Sarah Stock, talk about the white race. Don't act like you're some kind of American MAGA influencer. Shut up.
After millions of foreign MAGA Israel bot farms got exposed. Here we have Mega Scope verified American flag. Oops, Nigerian. Oops, Israel, India, Pakistan. America first. Where are you from? It's a white lady. America first. Oops, Bangladesh.
Folks, it's thousands. It is thousands and thousands, not of the smallest, not of the least, but the biggest accounts that are out there. Here we have X new location feature exposes apparent fraudster accounts posing as Americans and Gaza journalists. This an article sent over by a Tree Godfather from Fox News. I can put that up on the screen. A new feature on Elon Musk's X is exposing the truth behind social media accounts across the political spectrum, with account owners apparently misleading their file. What? Really? White race. I mean, seriously. I'm talking just to my gullible ass brothers and talk about a bunch of floppy white tits. You are the most gullible bunch of losers on the planet. What in the fuck is wrong with you? Talk about selective pressure. Look it up because your dumb white ass doesn't understand it. We've been sending our best off to war, and they've been dying in war. We've been allowing frivolous ass white women to determine which men are going to reproduce. And this is all a selective pressure on the outcome of our race. And what have we produced? A bunch of soft ass, gullible, not only soft muscled and soft dicked, but soft headed losers. Open your eyes. Well, my God, they're all from India and Southeast Asia and Africa and the Middle East and South America. I mean, it's like, how often do we got to find in these schmuck circles the Aryan cloud hopper is actually a proud Panamanian who's dark brown as shit and doesn't have any white blood in them whatsoever? For God's sake. Yeah, but follow another one of these dumbass, big-time MAGA supporter here, 700,000. No wonder they don't retweet yours truly. No wonder they're not interested in white well-being. No wonder if they're going to be interested in anything, it's going to be anti-Jew. Because if you're an Indian and you say anti-Jew things, especially if you endorse Lil Nicki and the rest of the boy gropers, well, your account's going to get boosted and you'll get a bunch of eyeballs for the outrage porn that you're spreading. No wonder they don't. So, and then the worst part about this is that they then look on like I Am Yes, our good friend talks about this. The people then look on with the bandwagon effect and think, well, there's something real here. Of course, that's the white race's stupidity for you. No, none of this could be faked on the internet. Well, the Jason guy, oh, look at the size of his audience. He doesn't have anything of value to say. Look at the size of his audience. Kill your speed. Kill it. Kill it now. We need your ass out of the gene pool. You're a consequence of that selective pressure that has made us gullible and stupid. Exposing the truth behind the social media accounts across the political spectrum. The new feature allows X users to inspect where a given account is based. Now, of course, it was immediately turned off. I wonder why that was. I wonder if it has anything to do with all of the H-1Bs that Elon Musk has brought into the country to operate X. Do you remember when X had at least somewhat of a white population, or when it was Twitter, it had white anti-whites that worked there. A lot of them were female of both sexes, by the way. At least it had white people. The new photo, we used to laugh about the picture of Twitter, and it was this group looked like the Star Wars Cantina. Now it looks like the Ganges. Now it looks like they're wading through shit in the Ganges. Wow, big improvement for the white race. New feature allows X users to inspect where a given account is based, usually being a country or region. Many popular accounts posing as American patriot. And you know who else is really nervous about this? The schmucks. All of the anti-Jew dirtbags out there who pretend to care about the white race, and they don't actually at all. I'll debate any one of them and demonstrate in 3 moves. I will checkmate your ass. In 3 moves, you'll be checkmated. They really don't want any sort of identification of who you are or where your location is, because they and their attitudes need to remain anonymous. They know what will happen to them if their opinions are known publicly. So they get real nervous. No, let's not have anything like this. And besides, I think we'll probably find out that a lot of these anti-Jew accounts are in Central South America, Israel proper, Israel general. New feature, many popular accounts posing as American patriots or constitutionalists have been exposed as being run from foreign countries since the update rolled out on Friday. One account with the handle 1776 General boasted over 140,000 followers. I could be on X for the next 140,000 years and won't have that many followers. And has a user biography describing the owner as a constitutionalist patriot and ethnic American. We see what that value is. Tuned into and ethnic Americans. Come and check us out, us ethnic Americans. What we're talking about over here. Went over there, didn't hear a single fucking word about ethnic American. It was all anti-Jew. Oh, just come on over. We're the ethnic. You think at least they would put a little bit of effort into talking about ethnic America, maybe like the first 20 minutes. And then you would get into your bait and switch. Oh, it's actually anti-Jew over here. No, it was just straight to the anti-Jew. Ethnic American, my ass. Here's your ethnic American. The biography claims the account is based in the U.S., but X's new feature reveals it's actually based in Turkey. I work in international business. I'm currently working in Turkey. The owner of the account posted after it was revealed. Yeah. Pull the other one. This has been the case for so fucking long. This has been the case for so long. And it's only the gullibility and stupidity. And so many of these dirtbags are the ones who show up to attack white well-being activists when we get into a space. When we go into a space and we start talking about the well-being of the white race, and we start talking about the tools that work, and people start sharing their testimonials of the magnificent, the leviathanic victories that they have, instantly accounts like this show up and they're like, hey, you're a Jew. Hey, you're a Fed. Hey, you're a etc. Every single time. Wonder who they're actually working for. Wonder who's actually paying them. Another account, American Voices, had over 200,000 followers before the update rolled out. The new feature exposed that it was being run from South Asia, and the owners simply deleted the account. Over 200,000 followers. Folks, if you believe anything else on the internet, you are a fucking retard. Medically, I'm using the term medically. You are obviously retarded, and we don't want you, because we need people who are advanced. We need better than the average. We don't need slower than the average. We don't need somebody who is an absolute horse's ass. We need people who are better. We need the elites of the white race, not the effete elite who sit around with their pinky in the air and they're like, oh, what did Thomas Paine write about it? I am now going to give a 2-hour lecture on the writings of Thomas Paine. Shut up. We don't want to hear it. It's useless shit. You're just who is hiding in your mother's basement, feigning that you're intelligent by stuffing book after book into your limp-dicked head. Where are the men? My God. When you read content on X, you should be able to verify its authenticity. I say, reveal it all. Reveal it all. That's what I say. Let's run off the schmucks. Let's run them off. Say the town everybody lives in. Say the town on all social media platforms. Give the town that everybody lives in. Because I don't have a problem sharing that I'm white well-being. I don't have a problem putting my face out there. I don't have a problem, and white well-being activists won't mind revealing the town they live in. But for the schmucks and for all of these other counterfeit $3 bill scumbags, for all of the rest of them, that's going to be a little bit too close for comfort. Remember, you got to hide your power level, especially when you're a big-tittied MAGA content creator and you're actually a guy living on the shores of the Ganges, enjoying all of the simping from the losers in America. Follow. She's got it right. Yeah, she does. All right, let's move on from these losers. Marjorie Taylor Greene decides to quit. Look at this. Look at this fucking tweet. 1,000 views. Fuck you. So here's what I write. Marjorie Taylor Greene just released this a couple days ago now, that she's quitting in January. Women in politics, laughing emoji. Marjorie Taylor Greene stumbles from anti-establishment, QAnon, and endorsing violence against immigrants. Do you remember that when she first ran for office? Then, I write here, to being easily duped by multiracial spurging frogs and attending their conference only to immediately denounce them right after it. Guess what? She was tricked. That little Fuentes has made a comment on his show that was clipped and shared around a couple of years ago, where he's laughing that he and America First tricked her and other politicians, misrepresented themselves. He says this to his little group of boy gropers, and then will try to go on a show somewhere else and act like, no, they didn't mislead them at all. She's just a dirtbag. No, you misled her. It's obvious that you misled her, and you revealed it on your show with your boy gropers. So so she should have done. Yes, he and the boy gropers deceived her to build up their They were no one until MTG showed up. That established a whole nother tier of popularity. So they misrepresented who they were. And what did they say? Oh, we're just young Republicans, and we're tired of being misrepresented and our views and concerns. So we're just a bunch of young kids. And that's how she went and addressed them, if you remember, by the way of what she was told. Now, she's at fault because she didn't do her due diligence. Easily duped, and then she finds out, wait, these are a bunch of losers who just want to blame everything on Jews. So she turns around and says, I completely denounce that garbage. I'm trying to pull. She came up with a fast one. Probably her chief of staff told her, I'm trying to pull them away from it. Whatever. Just don't be such a gullible, dumb white ass. So then she decides she capitulates to the establishment. Kevin McCarthy. Do you remember that whole debacle? She's trying to, at first, trying to oppose and as speaker, and then, wait a second, I can get some seats in the establishment? Sure. She gets to get on a bunch of committees. Then she becomes a boisterous MAGA Trump supporter. Do you remember? Say her name, say her name. You remember that? None of the males in the Republican Party had balls at all, maybe balls that ever dropped. MTG has bigger balls than they do. Finally doing something right, becomes this big MAGA supporter, only then to turn around later and decide that she's going to push for the unredacted release of the Epstein files at odds with Donald Trump. And we talked about why some of these files. So she's obviously not a smart move. She's not going to be able to get them published unredacted, right? All she can do is create fissures and fractures and disunion. She shouldn't have been doing any of that. As I say right here, what should she have been doing? She should have been condemning anti-whiteism by name. She would have done atomic level good had she been condemning anti-whiteism by name throughout her tenure, which was brief, of course. But just absolutely like a female, these endorsing of this quixotic nonsense, this caprice attitude from one thing to the next, like a little dog being startled by sounds and butterflies as it walks through the park. She could have done a massive amount of good. Now what's going to happen? Well, she's going to get invited on no listened to or infrequently listened to podcasts and radio programs and all of these like wannabe people involved in the system. And they'll be able to say, we have former Congresswoman. And that's going to be the impact of what she had done. That's going to be the effect of what she had done. Completely useless. She should have stayed home from the my battered wife. I'm not going to be a battered wife here in the... Shut the fuck up. Do something effective. Next Republican who gets into office. And you look at all of these loser Republicans that get in office and they're like, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to do something really powerful. I'm going to condemn both the Democrats and the Republicans. And I'm going to tell the people that it's the establishment and I'm representing the working man. And what? You can primary me? Oh, I'm out? Okay. Well done, dipshits. Get into office and then condemn anti-whiteism by name. Pick up the phone and call me if you want to make a change in the world. Otherwise, You're just a counterfeit. You're just a misrepresenting the good work that could be done while you're in office. You're not going to be able to bring forward any bill that's going to change anything. This is an entire machine. It's obvious. How fucking dumb can you be? It is obvious. You have to address the social morality of the West. Get into one of these positions. I mean, and Marjorie has a little bit of time left. She could go ahead and condemn. And you know what I really think? I think she should get up to the point of saying she is going to quit and then say, nope, joking. I'm going to go ahead and run, and then go ahead and run. Make the Republicans pump out millions of dollars. You don't have to meet them dollar for dollar. Make them pump out millions of dollars. And you, Marjorie, talk about anti-whiteism. You, Marjorie, talk about white well-being. You, Marjorie, talk about white erasure. You, Marjorie, talk about anti-whites on the left and on the right. You will win that fucking primary. You will get reelected. And whether you do or do not, you will do more good than other Republicans in 50 years in office. You'll do more good in the few months that you're talking about anti-whiteism than they have done in decades in office. But of course, I don't have a big enough audience for Marjorie to give a shit what I have to say. So fuck you, Marjorie. Why don't we go ahead? How's that for an opener? Sorry for the language. How's that for an opener? We're going to get into the quick news and laughs before we get to our biggest news. We have Jake the Jew Lang. That sounds like his fake wrestling name. Jake the Jew Lang coming in, the big white advocate who had a bunch of money poured into him, the pro-white advocate. Remember, gets tour buses, shows up there in Texas representing the white race, the Jew and his black sidekick. What a joke of a world we live in now. The Jew and his black sidekick show up to be representatives of the great white race. The biggest joke about that is saying great white race. That's the biggest joke about that. So we've got him. He decides he's going to show up and he's going to be fighting for America. And he gets himself fought right in the face. We got that. We got Aarvoll, who I guess trying to continue to correct the colossal error he made in licking the boots of Nick Fuentes as the leader of it. Just keeps coming back to haunt him. Meanwhile, gets questions about how do we stop the white guilt? Nothing to say about us. Continues to ignore so much subject matter where he could be mentioning us as his views skyrocket in this battle with Fuentes and all the attention that was brought to him in his subservience to and public bootlicking of Nick Fuentes. Not saying a thing. I guess he realizes that won't be good for the work he's doing. Maybe we got that coming up as well, of course, holocausting the white race happening literally right before our very eyes. And we got this new segment as part of our quick news and laughs that we're going to get to first, which is titled Name That Sound. Name that sound, ladies and gentlemen. That's the news segment. I want you to all to put on your thinking caps. Name that sound.
Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, hello. Wow.
Name that sound, ladies and gentlemen. Tag me as No White Guilt if you have an answer for the sound you think you just heard. Name that sound. Anybody have any guess? At symbol, No White Guilt. One more time, ladies and gentlemen. New segment. Name that sound. What are you hearing?
Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, hello. Wow.
Any ideas out there, ladies and gentlemen? Any ideas on that sound? Well, if you guessed that it is a woman driving in a truck on an icy road, you're the winner.
No, 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 no. Oh, hello. Wow.
Yep, if you guessed it was a woman driving a truck on an icy road, then you definitely had the right answer. Let's get into these quick news and laughs, ladies and gentlemen.
You're not gonna believe this. I'm pregnant. I know. Are you excited? I am so excited. This has just been such a journey of heartache and pain and trying and to, finally get that little blue line pregnant. Little blue line pregnant. It's just the joy that I'm gonna feel just seeing little Jane pop out. We don't have to name her Jane. You know what I mean? It's like we can talk about it. It could be Samantha or whatever. She's gonna have curly little hair and she's gonna take after her mom. I always just knew it, it might be a boy. That'd be okay. I'd be okay with a boy. I'm not a big sports fan, if you know what I mean. But it's like, they're cute and they can play around in the dirt. And it's just, I've been waiting for this moment for so long. And oh my God. I just realized I have not even introduced myself. I'm so sorry. I'm Taryn. You know who I am, and the whole online dating thing. It's so funny when you finally meet someone for the first time for a date. You never know if they're gonna be crazy or if they're gonna look like their profile. You look a lot like your profile picture, like just slightly different in the hairline. But yeah. Should we get some food? I'm eating for two now, so I'm gonna be real hungry. Yeah, let's get some food.
Yeah, that looks about right. Modern dating for guys. Let's give it up for Stop by Anti-Vitism. Dallas says, agreed. The cover of Born Guilty is so powerful. It hit me hard. I saw it when I first ordered Go Free. The cover is why I had to get it. The precious, innocent baby says it all. God bless you and thank you for that. Exactly. It's kind of a test. If you can look at the image of an innocent white baby being condemned at the moment of birth, and you don't immediately identify with the baby and want to protect the baby, something's wrong. Something's wrong with you. Keep it rolling, ladies and gentlemen. We have here just in at least 5 people shot after 300 teens started rioting. You mean anti-white terrorism? Following the Christmas tree lighting in Chicago.
Take a look now. This is actually moments after this happened. You see, look at that. The people respond.
You can see the herd running there. This is what Christmas tree lightings look like with biospiritual incompatibility. How about this? Down in North Carolina, probably anti-white terrorism at a Christmas tree lighting.
Christmas tree lighting ceremony. This is video of the panic moments after this happened. We've learned that 4 people have been shot, 3 people critically injured. 1 person reportedly is stable right now. Concord police say this happened right around 7:30. They immediately canceled tonight's tree lighting ceremony. Witnesses say it sounded like fireworks, and then this panic broke out. We're working to get more details about this.
Look at these white families with their children there.
You see the fear in those children's faces. How horrible. Okay, keep us posted on that, Brian. Wow.
the West that anti-whiteism has given us. Epic rage bait fail.
You affirming that you think President Trump is a fascist?
I've spoken about...
That's okay. You can just say yes.
Okay.
It's easier. It's easier than explaining it. I don't mind.
Trump's like, go ahead and call me a fascist. I don't care. Something's really wrong here, ladies and gentlemen. I think the Wicked Witch of the West is having trouble flying in her wheelchair. You know what? Flying might be extra challenging for somebody for whom walking is a challenge. Oh my God. They'd be, if I were there, they'd all be yelling at me, "This isn't a comedy, sir." Damned if it isn't.
This guy was a mid-level nobody at the Department of the Treasury. He would just sit at his desk with his big ledgers and he would just write numbers. And then in 1812, the British invade Washington. They set the Capitol on fire. They set the White House on fire. It's chaos. The president runs to McLean, Virginia on a horse. First lady gets on a horse and she runs to Leesburg, Virginia.
I just got to point out, all of these, the areas that they talk about during these big events, they're here. McLean is just right there. Leesburg is just right there. And you don't get a sense of any of white America and the kind of things that happened here. It's absolutely astonishing.
And just to save themselves, the whole city's in flames. And this guy had the presence of mind to say, I wonder if anybody's thought to rescue the Declaration of Independence. He gets on a horse, rides over to the building that housed the National Archives. There's the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and George Washington's military commission. And he rolls them up into a sheet, tucks them under his arm, and he rides out to Loudoun County, Virginia, and puts them in the rafters of a friend's barn for 3
Loudoun County is right there. This champion, this mid-level guy, saved all of those documents.
years. And then when the British are finally pushed out, he goes and gets them and he brings them back. And oh my God, he's a big national hero.
And remember, all of these people are white. America is white. It's the expression of the white race.
What's his name again? Stephen Pleasanton?
Stephen Pleasanton. This guy was
amazing. Listen to Tawny and her struggles as a new woman. I'm sorry. I think Tawny's having some struggles as a human being. I guess that's Connecticut school employee, texted a boy of 11 years of age nearly 5,000 times, coerced him with AirPods and caffeine in order to sexually assault him. Yep, this is what women are doing with their empowerment. Really healthy what anti-whiteism has done to white women, isn't it? Oh my God, take a look at these here. Says up here, these queens came to slay. I think it's more like they came to pull the sleigh. Dog, I think that job interview went well. Looks in mirror and sees ear was inside out the whole time. Son of a... When men need money, this poor bastard right here, and that's it. He's doing all of the other people's work who got their jobs because of white erasure. When women need money, yep, that's about right. You all have it so hard. And by the way, he's going to make like 30 to 50, 60 grand a year working his entire life away and doing the jobs of all the people who can't do their work because they got their jobs as a result of white erasure. She's going to get paid tens, hundreds of thousands, even millions for showing her vagina. Totally fair. Look at this as the West descends into deeper and deeper third world status. 2 men slashed in the face on busy New York subway platform. Attacker remains on the loose. I wonder how many white women out there are as angry about this as white guys get angry about the white females getting slashed in the face. Probably a smaller percentage. Breaking: Virginia high school assistant principal and his brother arrested for plotting to shoot ICE.
Others have been arrested, charged with threatening to shoot police and ICE agents, and one of them is an assistant principal at Kempsville High School. Yesterday, Beach police arrested 54-year-old John Bennett. School officials say he's currently on leave from his position there. The other suspect is 59-year-old Mark Bennett.
By the way, just point out that when it comes to the anti-whites, they will actually shoot and kill you. When it comes to the schmuck losers on the right, they'll just talk about how that needs to be done. So, and that to do it is to be a man. They don't do it. These anti-white garbage will. So I guess they're the real white men.
Give a man love, and he will trade his crown for a single kiss. Break his heart, and he will build an empire from the ashes of his own suffering. Love softens a man, but betrayal forges him into steel. When he is loved, he lives for someone else. When he is abandoned, he learns to live for himself. Love comforts him, keeps him safe. Heartbreak pushes him into a war with his own destiny. Every scar becomes a lesson. Every betrayal teaches him how to think, how to plan, whom to trust, and whom never to trust again. A broken man is the most dangerous because he no longer fears losing anything. A man who has already lost everything has nothing left to fear. His tears turn into fire. His silence turns into strategy. And his wounds become the map that guides him toward power. Remember this, kingdoms are not built by the happy. They are built by those who were cast aside, yet chose to rise anyway. And the man who returns from heartbreak does not merely return. He returns to conquer.
Men. Christianity is where the whores go to retire. Here is Nala the Ninja. She's now a Christian influencer. Yeah, that looks nothing like what she was doing before. Absolutely sickening. And any Christian guy that defends something like this should have the shit kicked out of him. I don't want any violence committed, of course. That's what a maverick would say. Women, all men do is lie. Also women. Rapunzel sent me the video of this female doing this transformation. This is real. This is how this disgusting, apocalyptic looking wretch, this is how she actually looks. And then that's what she ends up looking like after all of the makeup is on. This is the makeup is really the tool of a demon at this point. Just look at this. Here you have a 70-year-old white woman on a bus, brutally assaulted, and this is in Florida, by a gigantic, absolutely corpulent, anti-white black female who smashes her fat ass body into this old white woman repeatedly. And the white woman asked, "Could you please not bump me?" That made her slam into her harder. And then when the white woman pushed back, she started beating the shit out of the 70-year-old white woman. Now, if you are one of the losers out there that begin talking about the race of the black female, then get lost. Because that is the mentality that white people have had, which has led to this. Grow up. If you see something like this and you say, "Our fault," then you're in the right place.
Woman riding a bus asked another rider to give her some space after she kept bumping into her. Surveillance cameras capturing the attack on camera. Now, according to the Broward County Sheriff's Office, it happened when a 70-year-old woman took a seat in the ADA section of a Broward County transit bus back on October 21st. Now, the alleged attacker was Payne. The attacker then punched the 70-year-old many times in the head. The bus driver eventually noticed what was happening and stopped the bus in the 4100 block of West Oakland Park Boulevard in Lauderdale Lakes. Now, that 70-year-old woman did suffer some bruising, but she is set to be okay. Now, take a good look at your camera.
Disgusting by the anti-white news anchor there. She suffered some bruising, but she's all right. Bullshit, she's all right.
Or your screen.
Look at this.
October 20th.
Look, she's on top of her, punching the ever-living shit out of her. 70-year-old. She ain't okay. This is our fault. Our fault. Don't you dare say, oh, it's the inner. Fuck you, loser. No, it's the white pussy saying it's the inner. That's who the problem is. Anti-ICE rioter has come forward looking for compensation after she was shot several times in the leg by rubber bullets. Look at this. This is what I voted for. More of this. All about the head, neck, face, and shoulders, please. She wants to sue.
Have you ever wondered why there's so much not work in Viking art? The reason is actually extremely fascinating, and it reveals the understanding of the nature of reality. To the Norse, existence was imagined as a web of infinite threads, woven by the Norns at the roots of Yggdrasil. Knotwork visualizes the infinite nature of reality, the interconnectedness of consciousness, and the eternal cycle of life and death. The same idea appears in Gaelic artwork, like the Book of Kells, where endless knots represent the overworld and the eternal nature of the soul. There is also a theory that knotwork could confuse and trap evil spirits. Serpents are very often woven into Viking knots. Lindworms represented either good luck or death, probably why they appear on so many memorial runestones. Women of the north at this time often braided their hair in intricate patterns. Braids had a very similar spiritual meaning to knotwork. It was a way of binding spiritual power. Loose hair meant uncontrolled power. Viking knotwork explains that reality itself is endlessly woven and eternally alive. Nothing truly begins and nothing ever ends. Have you ever wondered why there's so much knotwork in Viking art?
Really fascinating, isn't it? Huge. President Donald Trump just announced he is terminating the temporary protected status of all Somalians in Minnesota. Folks, this is a video of a college graduation of what had formerly been a regular college in Minnesota, and now it's almost 100% Somalian. This is Judge Teresa Molina Gonzalez. Get out of our country. She released this anti-white animal that set what we believe is a white woman on fire the other day. This thing did right here. It's time to hold judges accountable. It's time for the state to become involved and say that this woman, these judges that release these people are complicit in the crimes that they commit against the citizenry. Enough of this. That'll change everything overnight for these judges. How vegans look at you when you finally try a bite of their fake macaroni and cheese. I love it when vegans come to me and they tell me how extraordinarily healthy they are. And I'm like, do you look in the mirror? This is a chicken stripper. Chicken strip. I'm never ordering those things again.
People get mad when I say this, but I'm going to say it anyway. Respect is more important to a man in a romantic relationship than intimacy or even love. Because when a man hears and senses that he's truly respected, he gets a massive increase in his testosterone hormone. It surges and it makes him more dominant in a good way, but also more protective, more focused, and healthier. So everything in his system improves. It also releases a flood of oxytocin and serotonin, so he is content and fulfilled and bonded. When a man hears, I love you, it gives him a good feeling. But when he hears, I respect you, his entire system becomes stronger and he becomes a better man.
By the way, when he hears, it doesn't mean the words, I respect you. He's hearing from the behavior, I respect you.
For it. So men need to have respect at home. Most people get mad when I say that.
Amen. Take a look at this. Black woman in Japan doing everything that they told her not to do in Japan.
The day do the jump man came. You got to know this the remix right here. Girl, hustle, baby, it's the King's right.
Well, can you call out bio-spiritual incompatibility there for the Japanese?
You got to know.
Yeah, it's real funny. She thinks it's hilarious. I'm breaking all of their cultural norms here, videoing in wherever this is in public, and eating in public. What a surprise.
Adult content is dangerous because it gives men unrealistic expectations about women. For instance, everyone knows real women aren't fun and don't care if their husbands are happy. Then they wonder why they get cheated on. Adult content also embarrasses and demeans women. And I think we can all agree women can do a great job of embarrassing themselves on their own. They can participate in the STEM fields. They can play in the WNBA. They can become CEO of a company and tank the stock. But seriously, it's unacceptable that women in the adult film industry are exploited for cash. Everyone knows if you catch a woman in college, she'll let you exploit her for free. I guess you could say some of y'all's wives and daughters got a full ride. Flex on your wife with sound advice merch.
That guy's hilarious. Me missing. This wife is missing. The husband, she'd never go with a stranger. Never. Police officer. Video footage of the parking lot suggests the suspect had a baby goat in the windowless white van. The husband, oh my God, no. The police officer, it was wearing pajamas. The husband, no! And finally, we have this. Oh my God. Different culture. Let's rock.
Of history where memory looms long, we're taught to feel the weight, though we did no wrong. Tales of the past of chains and strife, but we weren't there in that life. No white guilt, we won't bear the shame for their hatred of our fathers. We won't take blame, we stand tall in our own light. No white guilt, no more this fight. Teachers preach white hate with a twisted rhyme, telling us we're the problem in our own time. But others also held the whip to tame. Our color's not our sin, we're not to blame. Blacks, Arabs, and Asians have all had a slave. Let's admit the facts and be brave. Don't accept the lies on their face. Stop the genocide of the white race. No white guilt, we won't bear the shame for their hatred of our fathers. We won't take blame, we stand tall in our own light. No white guilt, no more this fight. The world is changing, population shift, but we won't let our white identity drift.
Give it up for the blue-eyed devil, maker of this epic piece, ladies and gentlemen. We have Jake the Jew Lang coming up and much more. So stick around and enjoy the ride of the Go Free Gathering. Sunday edition, 5 p.m. We start every single Sunday. Wanted to see you here participating and promulgating.
Blacks may whip to give a slash, yet despite selling themselves in the past, they blame whites to make us feel like an outcast. They teach propaganda today in our schools. We are even forced to abide by their rules, but it's always been a great, great sham. Don't pay heed to the man who's a flim-flam. Whites are only 6% of the world's fill, and yet they lower our demographics still. Some people truly hate our place. Stand for your people, stand for your race. No white guilt, we won't bear the shame for their hatred of our fathers. We won't take blame, we stand tall in our own light.
Totally epic piece, ladies and gentlemen. Binary sharing with us right there. And good to see you, good brother. That he's observing some anti-white censorship over there on YouTube. Not a surprise. We're up against that all the time. That's why we have to swash so vigorously to try to bring brothers and sisters in to the work that we are doing, into the awareness of the work that we are doing. Let's not waste another moment. We will pop up on the screen our next news item as we first take a look at the Perspicacious Comments, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get into the Perspicacious Comments. Dio writes this: while I have gotten many people to use words like anti-white by way of using it myself, I found that I still struggle to convince them to go free or for them to advocate the use of our terminology. They ask me things like, do you really think using words like anti-whiteism will save us? How will using anti-white change anything? Do you guys have some tips for me on how to convince them? By the way, we have gotten some victories in the Netherlands. We have got politicians saying anti-white. And right now I'm reading a magazine where they are talking about anti-white activists, in quotes. This is what they wrote. Using the Go Free terminology on their social media channels does pay off. Thank you so much, Dio. Everybody in the live chat, if you have some tips for Dio for his question, please say as much in the live chat. I'll deeply appreciate that. Bottom line, brother, is that you don't have to convince them that it will work. Just share that it is working. Share that people are using it. It's been going on for years, and it's succeeding in the lives. There are of the people using it. There are many, literally hundreds of testimonials of the victories. You don't understand how nuclear power works. You don't understand how electricity works when you flip the switch. It still works. You don't have to push those people into using or the practice in toto. Just get them using. Just say, hey, look, all you got to do now is use anti-white, anti-whiteism, white erasure. You could get them suggest the 6 key concepts all together to them, and you and they will be doing a world of good. Let them discover on their own. In some of these cases, it's the scenario where a person can't be taught anything. They have to find it out for themselves. God bless you, Dio. Daniel writes, anti-whiteism led to the MGTOW movement. A fair amount women would just leave and take half a man's assets with her because of reasons, even in their 80s after decades of marriage. Yeah, there's some legit incels and degenerates, but there's a fair amount of chads on the defensive too. And honestly, until anti-whiteism is defeated, the average sucker should just get a doll. Daniel sharing his thoughts. He adds this: the tough talking type you guys were talking about the other day, they'll be the first to say going free was their idea when it hits critical mass. It was their idea all along. Well said, Daniel. Yes, they will. They will indeed. You know that kind well, don't you? We have the great Olaf coming in here with a perspicacious comment. The human condition is seeking profound experiences, but moments of ecstasy, love, or spiritual insights are temporary. Life inevitably returns to the demands and routines of the material world. The true, the noble, and the beautiful are recurring routines in our gatherings, which makes them much needed healing halts in life's journey. I am grateful to be a part of it. Pristine stream again. Thank you so much, Jason Olaf. So very true. The man is sagacious. You have to say that about him. He also adds this. He says, I think nobody leaves White Wellbeing if Go Free has been properly understood. People turning the back on our community never were honestly committed in the first place. You are so very true, brother. I added this. You're 100% correct. While there have been a few who have had to take a break from appearing in the chats because of life getting in the way, only those who failed to change to Go Free to fit their own agendas left Go Free as such. God bless you, Olaf. We have raucous emojis coming in this week. He says, guys who aren't comfortable. Let me get some amens if you agree with this statement. Guys who aren't comfortable around guys who can fight definitely hate you, Jason. I've shown you to friends who are like that, and I can tell they immediately go into flight mode. They can tell by how you talk that you could beat their ass. Let me get an amen if you think that is true. Guys who are not comfortable around guys who can fight definitely hate you, Jason. Boy, just look at the types that really hate on me. When we can see their bodies, when we can see what they're all about. Wet tissue paper. Wet female products. That's really what they amount to. Bulldog Boris, the champion, is in this week. He says, let us never forget James D. Watson, who passed away a couple weeks ago. Rest in peace to a white Western multi-achiever and top scientist, a Nobel Prize winner, famous for discovering the structure of DNA. Of course, the anti-white media had to say he was controversial, even on his deathbed, calling him anti-white slurs such as racist. The guy grew up in Chicago, on the south side of Chicago, in the late 20s. I know he has seen enough. Anti-whiteism has buried this man alive since they came after him in 2007. I can only imagine the pain he had to endure and not having our vocabulary to defend himself. He is a hero of Western kind in my eyes, and he felt our pain guaranteed. Anti-whiteism put this man to rest, but as a white Western man, I will salute his legacy. A summary of how the anti-white media bashed him and his views is underneath. Find that comment. I think it was 2 weeks ago on our gathering. That is, of course, ladies and gentlemen, Watson and the great Bulldog Boris. Chad, we have here. Chadistan coming in this week. Westmen and non-white allies. When the schmucks say to learn who rules over you, simply find out who you cannot criticize, we correct them and say to identify a victim in a society, ask who you cannot defend. Precisely, brother. When the schmucks ask who controls Congress, the media, Hollywood, banking, education, and all other institutions, we say anti-whites control them, and becoming a unified white race with a positive white identity that is not toxic or harmful to others is the only way we can recapture our destiny and rightfully reclaim what is and once was ours. This is the only way. Everything else is a waste of time. Chadistan well said. He also adds this to wrap up our Perspicacious Comments today. Response to I don't see race. 1. If you, the anti-white, don't see race, then how come everyone you attack is white? 2. If conservative simpletons don't see race, then how come they so carefully focus a lot of their energy on trying to get enough non-white people at their events and acquire non-white keynote speakers? Very strange behavior for someone who doesn't see race. And 3, I don't see race is a dog whistle for I'm against white people having a positive white identity, but okay or indifferent to others having theirs. And that is it for the Perspicacious Comments. Well said, Chadistan. Time to move on, ladies and gentlemen. And don't go anywhere, because after this piece of news that we are going to focus on, we finally made it to the big time, ladies and gentlemen. We actually have an ad read. You're not going to want to miss it. Let's get into Jake the Jew Lang.
The clash of religious and cultural views today in Dearborn. Fox 2 cameras were rolling as an alt-right group rallied to condemn Islam, only to be overwhelmed by a large group of Muslim activists determined to promote peace. Fox 2's Dave Kinchin was there and joins us live with the story. And Dave, all in all,
the Muslims were there, intent and focus on peace.
Any arrests? Was everything peaceful on both sides?
You know, there were some skirmishes, but overall, generally peaceful. We're still waiting to get some of the final details from police in terms of what they may have seen. There were really about 3 rallies all across Dearborn. They were moving down streets, down the downtown area, and over by Dearborn City Hall. And at times, it did get pretty intense. Some shoving going on and some words exchanged at a high volume. Take a look. The heated clashes and shouting matches took place across downtown Dearborn and at City Hall, as you saw there, with far-right activists making...
There he is, folks. He is your leader of the white race. When he is not, Jake the Jew Lang is not the leader of the white race, then the I'm a Mexican and 4 feet tall, exiguous little snot is the leader of the white race, at least according to Aarvoll, until everything went wrong.
Critical statements of Islam and Muslim supporters not taking any of that lightly, speaking up in defense of their faith and culture. One right-wing organizers...
They are defending their people and culture.
Social media pages called it a Christian crusade on Dearborn, but it was filled with anti-Islamic rhetoric.
Dearborn doesn't exist without the white race.
In response,
it will be Dearbornistan.
Many members of Dearborn's Muslim community say they tried to be welcoming, but got it.
This is a black guy, content creator. And it's interesting how Jake the Jew Lang, which is a title that he's fond of, it surrounds himself with black conservatives. Fascinating. But this guy right here, he's pretty funny, and he's got massive views because he's a black conservative. At least he's a little bit funny some of the time.
Into several faces shouting down the hate.
Because I have more melanin than you.
I
right?
don't. You live differently.
I have melanin.
No, you live differently.
What do I do differently?
Dearborn.
I play football.
How are they coming to us and saying that we're all about division, we're all about Sharia law and everything, and then every single corner that you walk into, it's a Christian block, a Christian mosque, or whatever it is.
A Christian mosque.
You can see all of it, yeah. Sheba Restaurant, we have about 5 locations. We tried offering them food from our end, telling them, here, brother, we're here to offer you guys food. Looked at me straight, he was like, I'm not going to shake hands with evil.
Well, the Dearborn Area Interfaith Network sent out a
remember, 5 to 6% of the population on the screen right now, everywhere.
Message to the community urging people to come forward in the name of peace, talking about how people work together in various ways out of diverse backgrounds to make Dearborn a very positive place to live. Tonight on The Edge, there's a politician running for governor.
It was a positive place to live, a safe place to live when it was founded and was 100% white.
Who had a change of heart, according to Care Michigan. He was going to reportedly expose some things that he thought needed to be exposed about Dearborn, but ended up meeting with many Muslim leaders and had a change of heart on that. We'll tell you more there tonight on The Edge. For now, reporting live in Dearborn, Dave Kinchin, Fox 2 News.
Yeah, Dave, I know it's so hard to try to figure this out, but do you have any idea how many of these people are from Michigan in town and how many came in from out of town? And my other question is that it, or are they planning more of these?
Well, one key member of that alt-right movement, it's been called, one key member was actually from Florida and brought a contingent up from Florida. There are a lot of this really popping off via social media, as many of these demonstrations tend to do. It is possible there could be more, but we do know that the community and law enforcement, they are standing ready if that does happen.
Well, they're going to shut them down if they get in the way of anti-whiteism and all, at all. Pardoned Patriots Day rioter punched in the face, according to this rag, during a racist march. So really quickly, the synopsis: Jake the Jew Lang was at Patriots Day, and he hit police officers in the head with a bat. He went to prison for this, And for some strange reason, he was allowed to stream from prison. And even though he complained infinitely about being beaten daily or whatever, almost daily, and was put in solitary confinement, he was somehow able to create a show. And on that show, massive personalities, extremely popular, famous people, General Flynn, and so many others appeared with this nobody, this nothing on his show from prison. He appeared with this guy, and it was daily. And you heard all of these white cuck losers with their heads up their asses all over the internet shouting the name of Jake Lang. And he's this great patriot, this leader, and he's got this podcast. And I remember asking this one dim-witted bitch, I was like, isn't he in prison? Well, yeah. How is he running a show with all these popular people? You guys are always into this conspiracy. It's always like for so many of the cucks out there, it's always like lizards are controlling things from some underground base. But somehow it's perfectly legitimate for the guy who is sent to prison for hitting police officers in the head with a baseball bat to have a show and to have people like General Flynn showing up, a nobody who wasn't somebody before. Just suddenly he's in jail, and you don't see anything wrong with that. But sure, QAnon and the lizards are really controlling things. Just, you know what to do with the strychnine, and it's not just for the rats on the four-legged type. So he runs this show. He gets out of prison. He's pardoned, or he's commuted or it says here pardoned by Trump. I don't know if that's accurate, commuted or pardoned by Donald Trump. And of course, he carries on this charade. He automatically has this entire entourage behind him, just like we're talking about with all of the other content creators on the internet. This huge entourage setting up interviews, first-rate Hollywood version looking studio and platform, and streaming regularly, not getting a colossal audience just because he's wretched and his guests are not much better. But nonetheless, a professional outfit and flying people in the whole 9 yards. And then, of course, we have Carmelo Anthony, the anti-white black terrorist, murder Austin Metcalf. And this guy suddenly gets a tour bus donated to him and tons of money. And he shows up in Texas to hold this march for white people. He's the great white savior. Jake the Jew Lang is the great white savior. Well, it makes perfect sense to white America. I mean, they'll like the Mexican. They like the half Jewish guy for this Nazi group that went out of business. They like, on and on. White America is just that dumb. Not, of course, every single one, but so many. It's not just white America. Let's face it. It's whites on planet Earth. So he shows up there, and no one shows up for this white people's march. And but he still gets massive views, massive hits. How many of them were actual human beings? How many of them were these Turing test passing robots that show up online to create the bandwagon effect, to get more of these airheaded cuck simp losers to show up and support this guy? He then shows up here in Dearborn, and he decides he's got another tour bus, ladies and gentlemen. He's got another tour bus now. And he shows up, and he's going to be the great American patriot now, another great leader of the white race, the great leader of the American patriots. And he wants to start off this march against the Muslims by smacking a Quran with a packaged up a package of bacon. So it's still in the plastic wrapper. He's going to beat it with that. Maybe he wasn't brave enough to actually wrap bacon around the Quran. I don't know. But he decided that he was just going to slap it, and immediately little emaciated Muslims run up and they grab it away from him, not the bacon, the Quran, and they run it off to safety to get it away from this guy. He marches. By the by, I'll just toss in right here. Wasn't long ago. I mean, this year, this guy went to Israel and kissed the wall. This is the great white savior, the great American savior, Jake the Jew Lang. Let's just tap in really quick here. Jake Lang got attacked in Dearborn. Here he is with the Quran and the packaged up bacon so that it technically doesn't touch the Quran. Did I tell you about this sensationalism? What does that do for the white race? What does that do for our well-being? Nothing whatsoever. So they already got the Quran away from him. He proudly holds up the packaged bacon.
I just got pepper spray. You like to look like.
And there's one of his black associates as a leader of the white race and America. Here he is kissing the wall in Israel, saying that America stands with Israel. There he is at the Western Wall. Protect the Holy Land. A January 6th rioter decided to lead a hate march Tuesday in Dearborn, a hate march. Michigan, a city with a stabilized Muslim and Arab American population. Jake the Jew Lang, who was pardoned by Donald Trump while facing 11 charges related to his actions at the Capitol in 21, decided to hold his own march in the city, while Michigan Republican gubernatorial candidate Anthony Hudson led a march of his supporters. Lang had a clear agenda in mind, holding a banner that read "America Against Islamification," taunting counter-protesters with bacon and threatening to burn the Quran, which he couldn't even get to because he's a weak son of a bitch. By the way, that thing that they all go down there and kiss, I think that's a urinal. Counter-protester decided Lang needed to be taught a lesson. And you just look at the literature and what passes as reportage and supposed to be unbiased in the West today. And they're like, yeah, he was taught a lesson by a counter-protester. Regrettably, I think the protester, and this is my genuine opinion, is about 75 pounds and has the muscle of a 9-year-old girl, this anti-white Arab individual. So he's not going to cause any damage by punching Jake Lang in the face, but at least he gave it his best. And I'll show you that punch in just a moment. Lang, who's running for a Republican, as a Republican for Marco Rubio's vacated Senate seat in Florida, was accused of assaulting law enforcement with a deadly weapon and engaging in physical violence on restricted grounds at the Capitol over 4 years ago. Why does he show up with the Quran and bacon, even though it was packaged, to slap it with? This is the sensationalism, to get your eyeballs, to get your attention. None of that is going to do anything for us. You might say to yourself in a very childish way, and I get it, oh, well, that's what they deserve. Great, great. How does that help us? Great. Listen, saying bad things about non-white people doesn't hurt them. Stop acting like it does, child. Sharing facts that are ugly about non-white people does not hurt them. Grow the fuck up. If there's any race that's worthy of hate, it's these white people in our midst. Dearborn has been targeted by anti-Muslim and anti-Arab protesters before. The latest protests came after Hudson claimed that Dearborn was under Sharia law, only to walk back his claim after visiting the city and meeting Muslims last week. The staged goal of his march was to promote unity, but it seemed to have attracted people like Jake the Jew Lang, a bigot with a history of violence. So as you can see, even though Jake the Jew Lang is a victimizer of the white race in various ways. Because he objects to this element of anti-whiteism, he'll be called a racist, he'll be called a bigot, he'll be called a hater, all of the synonyms of anyone who is heretical to anti-whiteism. So he'll get the same slurs as we get, except, and only fools, I should say, not except, but only fools will conclude as a consequence that we're on the same side. Here is Jake. He's right here, if you can see. He's right here holding this banner, America Against Islamification. And this little cupcake right here is the one who ends up punching him in the face, a cheap shot. There you see it right there landing. Unable to do, right under his jaw here, kind of more on his neck than his face. This flaccid loser, 75-pound with the strength of a 9-year-old girl, sucker punches Jake and then runs away. Watch it in full speed. This, of course, is one of Jake's leaders of the white race in America, which he has a shit ton of cuck followers, many white women. And there goes the guy running, the kid, the clown, the bitch.
Capitol Police Officer ladies. American bitch.
Still running.
I was punched harder by Capitol Police Officer.
The great leader of the white race. There you have him, folks. Jake the Jew Lang. Do you feel better now? Do you feel better? Was it totally awesome what he did? He really showed him, didn't he? Slapping that Quran with a packaged up bacon and getting all of this attention and promotion and support. How pathetic. Stated goal of the march was to promote unity by the Republican, but it seemed to have attracted Jake the Jew Lang, and his actions by being present led to him being punched in the face by a child. And that's what you get, ladies and gentlemen. That's what we have for the great defense of the white race. We're going to be getting into Aarvoll next. And it's very fascinating because it's kind of like Aarvoll is now saying the things that Jason has said, 7 years ago or so. But before we do that, we've made it to the big time. I have got to say, we made it to the, you've made it when you have an actual ad read. So let me see. We got an ad read. We've got an ad read, ladies and gentlemen. We made it. Let me see if I can. Got to do this. Part of the ad read, you got to do what they want you to do when you do an ad read, because it's got to be their way or no way. They won't pay you. So let's see here. Let me see if I can see myself on the camera here, and we will do this. Okay. All right. I think that's what we want. Okay. Here we go for our first ever ad read in our community, ladies and gentlemen. How exciting, huh? From the makers of My Grandpa's Lampshades, Frank's Hide and Go Seek Championship Edition, and Prussian B12 Blue Energy Drinks. Comes the moment you goose-stepping keyboard commandos have been complaining for. A breakthrough in Aryan performance enhancement. Blood Flow and Soil TM. The world's first racially pure boner pill that's 100% kosher-free and guaranteed to make your tiny soldier stand taller than the gates at Auschwitz at a camp. Powerful enough to give you an erection that doesn't immediately hide when a real woman enters the Discord voice channel. Tired of girls swiping left faster than a Nuremberg defendant? Fed up with your Tinder radius set to 100 miles, and still the closest woman is the one in the report user button. Sick of women posting your Tinder profile to TikTok with the caption, quote, "Y'all, I found the final boss of ugly on dating apps." Tired of pretending you're above wanting girls, status, and a jawline that doesn't look like a camel's nutsack? Fed up with pretending that muscles don't matter while crying into your protein shaker labeled Mom's Basement Blend and having a search history full of how to look jacked, height increasing shoes, and how to appear intelligent? Done explaining to your body pillow why you need Lebensraum on the bed? Blood Flow and Soil changes everything. It's the only male vitality supplement clinically proven to turn your limp, sorry I exist, wrist droop into a 45-degree iron cross so rigid it qualifies for a concealed carry permit. Just 2 tablets daily of this proprietary blend of pure Carpathian goat testicles, powdered Wagner, and non-GMO European-sourced ingredients like Volkisch maca root, pure alpine yodel extract, and just a hint of that old-time Reich energy. Blood Flow and Soil will have you standing at attention so fast you'll need a permit for public assembly. 88 proof erection that lasts longer than the 1,000-year Reich. So about 10 years. Join the elite Wienerwaffen VIP Sieg Erectile Club today and enjoy 10% off every order. We're not allowed to say the other number again, long story. A free "Don't Blame Me, I voted for Stauffenberg" bumper sticker. The guy who tried to kill Hitler. Atomic and automatic entry into our monthly raffle to win a slightly used tiki torch, potentially touched by Richard Spencer. Still smells like Charlottesville. Real customer testimonials. I took myself out the other day, and a girl finally talked to me. She was working the register at Arby's, but still at Pure Aryan, Los Guatemala. And my right hand hasn't filed a restraining order yet, so 5 stars. At Groiper Gamer 420. Blood Flow and Soil has been rigorously tested on 100% voluntary participants who were not in any way incarcerated. Side effects may include uncontrollable Sieg wienering in your sleep, sudden urge to shower, uncontrollable crying when a woman says hello, your mom asking why you're saluting the router at 3 a.m., and your personality still being the main reason you'll die alone. Blood Flow and Soil, because nothing says you're not the master race more than failing to finish the race. Blood Flow and Soil, how stiff is your salute, mein Freund? Not intended to treat, cure, or prevent erectile dysfunction or federal investigation. Not approved by the FDA, ADL, your mother, or anyone with a functioning cerebral cortex. may cause sudden interest in the manosphere, uncontrollable urge to march, out of step or without any semblance of rhythm, and in rare cases, because of your mother's ancestry, your penis filing for asylum in Israel. Void where banned, which is most places with electricity. Consult your probation officer before use. Paid for by the NSN. And that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Our first ad read ever. We made it. We made it to the big time. Finally, you know you're big when you make it. When you make it to the ad reads. Hold on, we have this. Well, okay. They're saying that the facial hair should have been a little higher on my face, but we got it very close to exactly the way they wanted it, ladies and gentlemen. Blood flow and soil. Never forget where you learned of it. Let's get into the news. Tag me as No White Guilt if you have something you would like for me to see or share or say, and we will speak to your needs. I see nothing new over here on the live chat on X, but it does appear that Entropy is indeed up and running. Land of the Fake is over here on Premium Rumble. Great to see you, brother. JS is here as well. And he's saying screw tube sucks over there at YouTube. Thank you for that. George is here. He says, great show. I appreciate it. Savage Monday is in the house on Premium Rumble. Good to see you. We got Wing It Productions over there on Odyssey. Answered your question last Sunday, I think it was, brother. Check it out there. But I might come back and touch on it again before we get out of here. Good to see you, though. Auden Party is with us. Awesome ad read, brother. I hope you get more. Me too. Best friend of Jesus is here. Says, God bless. Good to see you. Stumbling's in the house. Dennis is here. Karina is here. Janice is here. Good to see you all. Cool, Bubba J Magic. What do you think that Aarvoll has to say about Nicki Fuentes now? Well, it's not the same sycophantic approach he took before. Now, he has come away from it after Fuentes disowned him. You remember, Fuentes recently made the comment that doesn't matter what your race is, if you're born in America, this is your birthright. And obviously, making increasingly evident what I have told you for at least 7 years, that the anti-Jew schmuck circles are multiracial. Even in the interview that Aarvoll conducted, and remember, I like the guy. I think he's a smart guy. I like the guy. But I'm definitely disagreeing. I'm definitely not liking the ignoring of this community and the work that we do, where there are situations where it would be natural to mention the Go Free practice. But even during that interview that he conducted months back with Fuentes, I broke it down for you. Fuentes literally said the people in his community are not interested in race, primarily not interested in race. They're anti-Jews. And even though he said that, as well as outlining his entire strategy, which we demonstrated is just to keep his base, his followers, and therefore his aggrandizement safe and growing in number to continue to aggrandize him and send him money and spread his name and attack and threaten content creators who won't talk with him until they finally will, like they did with Tucker Carlson. Despite all of that, Aarvoll still obsequiously cuddled up to Fuentes and said, you're the leader. I would vote for you today to be the president. and we need you as the leader, and on and on. It was really unsettling and sickening to see. And then a little bit later, weeks later, Fuentes is online. He says the thing about your birthright after being on the interview with Tucker Carlson, where in that interview with Tucker Carlson, Fuentes effusively agrees that America is a multiracial country, that there can be no tribal loyalties, including that of the white race. And after that interview, he said this thing about birthright, and Aarvoll decided he was going to professionally reach out in private to Lil Nicki and say, what exactly are you saying here? What is this exactly all about? Now, mind you, that was private. But in a week prior to that, Aarvoll did make a public statement that was tongue-in-cheek, where Fuentes was saying, had made a comment about how his movement needs to take over the CIA. Right. Children at work, ladies and gentlemen. So Aarvoll made a little joke about, are you saying that we need to become feds? Obviously a joke, but you can't do that with Lil Nicki. It has to be all praise, all bootlicking, all shining him all day long. And so Fuentes was just burning with rage. I could tell you this right now for Aarvoll. Aarvoll then reaches out in private. What are you saying about this birthright? And you're a citizen, the country is yours. It doesn't matter what race you are. You specifically said, is this in keeping with the Catholic doctrine that families should be reunited, that if you're Catholics, the Catholic doctrine about bringing people in from all over the world and caring for them and then uniting their whole family. And Fuentes loses it. And among other people, he says, they're all dead to me. Aarvoll is dead to me. What was the other guy? Boy groomer historian, you're dead to me. They're all dead to me. That guy ends up losing it gets doxxed, loses his YouTube account, or you loses his, maybe it is, yeah, it was his YouTube account, loses the YouTube account, gets doxxed for pointing out that what Fuentes said about birthright citizenship is at variance with what Fuentes claimed to be for before. So many people suffering the ramifications. I've had some private conversations since then of people telling me, hey, have you been cut off from this group of these personalities, these people who are associated with Fuentes? Because I've now been cut off from them for simply not shining up Fuentes, for simply not having Fuentes on. And I said, welcome to the club. Welcome to the club of how the boy gropers operate. And so finally, we now have Aarvoll coming a little bit even further away, saying some very interesting things. He says here, Nick, and I want to give a thank you to Rapunzel for providing me with these tweets and also some of the ones we used on Quick News and Laughs. Aarvoll says, Nick has pivoted away from white identitarianism. You don't say. Was he ever pivoted toward the well-being of white people? No. No. And in fact, I'll read to you. I had a boy groomer, groper, froglet, literally reach out to me and say that Lil Nicki popularized anti-whiteism. I shit you not. I shit you not. That he's mainstreamed the conversation about anti-whiteism. We'll read that in just a moment. My response to that little turd, that little boy groper. So Aarvoll says, Nick has, maybe I got to read it now, because Nick was never for white people. Never for white well-being. Never a defender against our victimization. Never. This is what I write. Nick complains about the Jews and then says if you are any race, an American, you should support him because Jews. If you are male, you should support him because Jews. If you are young, you should support him because Jews. If you don't like boomers, you should support him because Jews. If you have a hard time with women, you should support him because Jews. If you don't like the political establishment, you should support him because Jews. If you don't like your city or town or country, you should support him because Jews. If you don't like video games and movies and church and customer service and crime rates, you should support him because Jews. He's not fighting for the white race. He's fighting for his own aggrandizement. Moreover, a day ago, Fuentes said that the 20-year-old Patrick McClintock shouldn't have yelled "F the Jews" because it undermines our objectives. Which are what? Well, he outlined them in that same video. To get Christians, white people, young people, and ordinary people to solve the problem of Jews having power. To solve the problem of Jews funding political campaigns. To solve the problem of Jews, many of them, being loyal to Israel. He said that yelling at the opposition in the street like this will undermine our ability to criticize Larry Ellison for buying TikTok, to criticize pro-Israel Jewish capture of our public and private institutions, to criticize the genocide in Gaza, to criticize AIPAC, to criticize Israel on social media. He said that if you are an obstacle to these objectives, he wants nothing to do with you. What would an actual advocate for whites say about Patrick McClintock yelling "F the Jews"? We'd say, how does this help white well-being? We'd say that it's playing the villain in their story and in numerous ways harms our efforts to arrest our victimization by way of the various tools and strategies we employ. We'd say that it undermines our ability to criticize anti-white hiring practices, to criticize anti-white portrayals of our people in history and entertainment, to criticize anti-white terrorism, to criticize anti-white rape gangs, to criticize anti-white. You get the picture, or at least I hope you do. I'm sure that little clown, that little turd didn't get the picture. But you could see from the very beginning, and you could see from what I wrote, he was never for the white race. Moreover, what did I tell you? As soon as he broke away from James, and unlike he never did for anybody, all of these other content creators, when he was a nobody and had no audience, at that time, everybody was having everybody on. He never had anybody on. He never helped to promote anybody. But he gladly took the invitations from everyone else, appeared on everybody else's shows back then when there was still some independence on the internet. He appeared and demonstrated to me and clear-thinking people that this was another self-aggrandizing scumbag. And what did I tell you all those years ago? I said, just like Richard Spencer, just like Matthew Heimbach, just like so many others who pull the Heimbach maneuver, who are self-aggrandizers, who are there for themselves, at some point in the future, when claiming that you are for the white race as a pretext isn't serving your personal self-interest anymore, that he, Nick Fuentes, would, like the others, turn against us. And that is exactly what is happening. So maybe Aarvoll should have listened to me from the start instead of throwing in his lot with this "I'm a Mexican" scumbag that he now has to turn around and demonstrate, Aarvoll does, that he had poor judgment in deciding that Fuentes was the leader of the white race. For fuck's sake, he was never concerned with us. He says, he goes to the blacks and he says, if you don't like what's happening to you, you need to support me because of Jews. He goes to the Arabs. If you don't like what's happening to you people, you need to support me because of Jews. He's broadening this out to every imaginable group because that's always been his argument. Support him because Jews. It's all about supporting him. What colossal poor judgment Aarvoll showed. And this is just the fucking norm for the idiots in the white race, which he should not count himself among because he's a smart guy. But every time we turn around, this is what we see. Every single time we turn around. So Nick has pivoted away. No, he didn't pivot away, bro. He was never for the white race. He wants to work with the left. He's talking about equality for marginalized groups. Now, I got to tell you right now, 2 p.m. every single day, you need to tune into the Shade Tree because they briefly touched upon some of these tweets and pointed out, Hans did brilliantly, 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, the Shade Tree pointed out how Aarvoll is operating inside the anti-white narrative. He's literally legitimizing the anti-white narrative by referring to non-white people as marginalized groups, which Fuentes referred to them as, ladies and gentlemen. Aarvoll should have criticized Fuentes for calling non-white people marginalized. This is the Heimbach maneuver. He's completely turned away from the pretexts that this was for the white race. This was for white America. He's completely turned about. Now, all of a sudden, Fuentes said, he will work with the marginalized groups. What happens when you use who remembers the MC? They want to put it in the live chat right now. On whatever platform you're on. Aarvoll writes more. He's taking his path, and we have to take ours. White America. So now, what is Aarvoll saying here? Well, Fuentes, to defend his poor judgment, Aarvoll, to defend his poor judgment, has to say, I was right before about Fuentes. He was the real leader of the white race. But now he's changed. He didn't change. And I'll just keep saying, he didn't change shit, bro. You just had some deep blindness and poor judgment. Leader of the white race. Leader of our cause. This is just going to keep happening. Well, because of the selective pressure. Look at what the white race has become the world over. He says, white Americans must build a movement that is openly for us. Yeah, that somebody should do that. Bro, somebody should do that. It's kind of like there's been a guy and a strategy that has been getting shut down by these Jewsburg schmuck losers for decades, that has been in the fight consistent for all of these years, that has written out a practice that benefits everyone to colossal victories. Somebody should put together something that's for us. That's another insult. Another fucking insult. This person says here, I like you, Aarvoll, but you could have easily written this post without mentioning Nick. Nick has his vision and you have yours. So this is another apologist, probably a boy crusher on Fuentes. We need to tear another down. He says, no need to tear another down when you both agree on 90% of things. 90% of things. If Fuentes had his way. Where would that objective lead us for the white? Which he can't have his way. It's completely preposterous. He chose something that is impossible. It's for the stated objective of disempowering Jews. Sure. It serves his real objective, his own aggrandizement and enrichment. Agree on 90%. Gen Z. This guy calls himself Gen Z patriot. So in other words, dipshit that knows nothing, child that knows nothing, but is going to come out and share the know nothing, do nothing opinions. Aarvoll responds, people think that what he's doing is sufficient to save our race in America, but it's not a white racial movement. See that now? I mean, it's kind of like somebody's been saying that. It's kind of like Aarvoll almost certainly heard me say that long before this. Pointing that out isn't attacking him. It's clarifying for people who don't understand that. I'm calling on whites to build something that is explicitly white. We've built it, motherfucker. We've built it. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I'm calling on white people, just like that little skank that said, now is the time to have a 501c3 like the ADL. Really? Then you have this guy, Lucas Gage, show up. He says, I agree with Nick's approach to handle America like an empire. Do you, bro? Do you? That's a low IQ take. What the f is wrong with you? He says, and I agree with your approach to build living spaces for us. So the Nick's approach, you agree with it because how's it going to work? Because how is it going to defeat millennia of success, of peoplehood in the Jewish race or Jewish people or Jewish collection of ethnicities or whatever you want to refer to it as? Oh, it can't. It can't succeed. It won't succeed for the stated objective. But for the hidden objective, it's working very well. He says both are necessary. So if the stated objective were achieved, multiracial, anti-Jew spurgery, and somehow magically there's no identifying how you go from A to B to C to Z, no identifying how mechanically that works, except for the very nebulous, which means it's not identifying how it works, claim that, oh, you secretly get into Harvard, you secretly get into the conservative groups, and you secretly get into the Republican Party, and you secretly get into the FBI, and you secretly get into the CIA, and you hide your power level the entire time. None of these people are going to change, of course, their opinions once they get into environments where they get a nice pay, they get a nice girlfriend and wife, they have children they have to protect. None of them would change. They're going to remain loyal to Lil Nicki in these environments. But you secretly get into all these places, and then you just take them over. Great. So we would have a multiracial, anti-Jew United States. No, thank you, Lucas Gage. No, thank you. That's the dumbest ass shit I've ever heard. I know you have some kind of problem from drugs. What you had in the military, or what caused your mental issues? But what the? It's no defense. Aarvoll responds to this. My point here is that you can't do both at once. You can't do both at once. Really? You can't be for a multiracial, Jew-hating America and for the well-being of white people at this. Really? Really? Wow. It's kind of like people on the internet have been hearing that from me for almost 10 years. But thanks for pointing that out. By the way, when Johnny comes lately to my deductions from on the internet a decade earlier, but longer back, 3 decades back, he gets 27,000 views on the internet, on X, because he has supported a little Nicki and the anti-Jew spurgery that is boosted on X. 27,000 views for that one comment. He says, you can't run a multiracial coalition and also lead white identitarians. Did somebody tell you that almost 10 years ago on the internet? For the past 10 years? Has somebody been talking about his point? I'm so fucking glad, Aarvoll, that you, with your genius, has realized, and now you're sharing with your omnipotent, glowing genius this deduction. Fucking A. My point is, now, the reality is that if he were sharing a deduction that Fuentes had made, he would cite Fuentes. That's the difference. Sorry for the language. Insulting me, I don't respond well. You can't run a multiracial coalition and also lead white identitarians. Well, I'm just so glad. Now, you want to bet money that when I make this statement like this into the future, even though I've been making it for 3 decades, how much do you want to bet that Aarvoll followers are going to show up and said, you got that from Aarvoll? Fucking unreal. Everyone not planning on infiltrating the government has to do something different than America first. Lil Nicki. Everyone who isn't serving on, I would say on their knees, but they're going to have to get lower than that to service Lil Nicki. On their bellies, I guessed. They got to do infiltrating the government. I cannot believe that anybody would fall for this. He says there are 2 paths, and each of us has to pick one. There are 2 paths. So the path is infiltrate the government, the CIA, the FBI, take it all over, a la Nick Fuentes, which is this blaming Jews, saying negative things about Jews. Then once you infiltrate all of these things, then, they won't buy off anybody. They won't buy anybody off. That won't happen. They won't come in and buy people off left and right and get whatever they want. No, that won't happen. But you got that path or Aarvoll's path. That's his conclusion. Nobody else out there. Nothing else out there. Now get this. This is where I'm really going to lose it. This is where I got to try to keep it in check. This is where I could seriously lose it. Because Aarvoll actually tweets, no citation of me, 3 decades, hundreds and hundreds of real world testimonials. And we talk about it all the time. You all know of all of these victories. And there's so many others. Been talking about this for decades. You have heard me talk about this ever since you showed up. Jews build their own institutions. They have communities, schools, temples, legal advocacy orgs, etc. You will never level the playing field with them without taking at least that same level of initiative. Oh, wait a second, motherfucker. You mean we should emulate the Jews? Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're fucking saying, Aarvoll? Thanks for your original thinking. If you're not helping to build pro-white institutions, you need to be. Thanks for your original thinking, bro. Don't mention Jason Kuna. Don't mention White Wellbeing. Don't mention the champions in this community. Don't stay in your lane of building whites-only neighborhoods and then refer to us for what we've been successfully doing for year after year after year. Just say that people have to either follow Fuentes to infiltrate and take over the entire government and political parties, or head in your direction for your original take on it all. Fucking sickening. I am tired. Years ago, I would have grinned and bared it. This is how I'm talking for somebody that I moderately like. Aarvoll. Years ago, I would have grinned and bared it because that's just what's been going on all along. Just come in, cherry pick the ideas out of my work, our work as it expands. Come in and cherry pick and take a little bit here and a little bit there. Cucks do it, schmucks do it. When I worked on the Hill, the cucks there were stealing my ideas. That's why the mother paid me $30,000 a year to create the ideas for them to use. That's how it actually works. Here, with his original thinking, this motherfucker has 65,000 views for his original thinking. That we have to emulate them. That the white race is not going to defeat anti-whiteism by complaining about Jews. That we have to become a people. You just wait. In another week or two or month, Aarvoll's going to have another original thought that's going to get 50,000, 150,000, 500,000 views on his tweet where he says, we have to become a people. You just watch. Been sick and tired of this shit. And here you go. I'm not going to play it, but this is 5 minutes of Fuentes. Fully open. Fuentes says he's in this clip. He's fully open to teaming up with the left to oppose Israel. This is where we need, quote, this is where we need to realign the politics. I'm sorry, but I don't see myself aligned with these guys on the right that are obsessed with Israel, close quote. And then you listen to the clip, and it's all about Jews, Jewish power, the country of Israel. I do want to point out, though, that the front of his hair looks exactly like my mother started styling it when she got to 70 years of age. That's exactly what my mother's hair looks like at 70 years. We got other things to get to, and I didn't mean to cuss so much as a consequence of this, but you can only expect a man to take so much disrespect. You can only look at a man and say, well, you know what, you should probably, I get it. You figured it out before them and you got something that's working. So, just grin and bear it. Just don't worry about it. People will eventually. No, people aren't eventually figuring shit out. Nobody is eventually going to give respect because the white race is full of disrespectful, dishonorable scum. That's why. So fuck you, Aarvoll. Unbelievable. Let me see what the rest of you are saying here. Unbelievable. I've been doing some original thinking of here on my own. And what I've concluded just happens to be exactly what Jason has been saying for 3 decades. But I won't mention him. I won't mention that community with all the successes. I got you show me no respect, you get no respect from me. Fucking disgusting. And all of these other attitudes, this create your own white communities, has been an idea that's been in place since long before even I got in, generations. I mean, Pele and the Silver Ring were setting up, and look him up, before your grandfather was alive, setting up white-only communities. Look it up for yourself. So this idea of go set up, and that was in a 90+% white America. This idea where white people thought, of course we can live without these, and then they would fill in the slurs that people will tell you now, that's the way to liberate us. Just talk like they did when we were defeated. You had that strategy in place. You had the strategy of infiltrate and take over, hide your power level in place, and so many other strategies. And yet we have are well into, across Western civilization, the Holocaust of the white race, literally setting white people on fire. We saw it not long ago in New York. Now we have a case in Chicago, where the media, because everything is so anti-white, refers to this anti-white black terrorist as a firebug. A firebug. No, that's what you call a child who goes onto the back porch and sets a pile of leaves on fire twice after you tell him to not do that anymore. And then the second time you're like, now you're in trouble. You're not going to be a firebug. Chasing a woman through a train car after you throw gasoline on her and setting her on fire, saying burn bitch burn, targeting out of the entire population this what appears to be a white female, and is being reported as a white female, perceived as a white female, saying burn bitch burn. Somehow, even though these strategies are the way to victory, we got here with those strategies in place. Somehow. How many more is it going to take? Let me take a quick look at what you all are saying. Samuski is here. Gene is here. Good to see you both. Frankie is here. Tag me as no white guilt if you have something to share. Cool Papa says, I would think, given the changes at YouTube, you'll have to tag him like @ no white guilt. Yeah, @ no white guilt. Damn. High Speed Drifter is here. Good to see you. Siva is here. Bio Spirit of the West is in the house. I'm guessing you all won't need blood flow and soil, but I mean, I'm not going to stop them from paying me in a big way to read their ad. I mean, I got to eat too. Michael is here. Good to see you. Elp is here. Hello and welcome. JB, hello. Ivan Zay Aarvoll is in the house. Good to see you. You know, it's funny. Yiz is here. It's funny because when I see these, like I see the thing about Aarvoll and Lil Nicki and his boy gropers. I see that. I see some of the other things we do. I see Jake the Jew Lang, and I think it's funny. You know, I think, you know, when I share about this, I think it's funny. So maybe I'll laugh about it, but you get right down to it, and the disrespect and the damage that's being done, and the real white people, not the abstraction of whites, real white people are being harmed, and I get furious. I get completely pissed off. I am tired of this BS from these people. And you've got this. Who's going to be the next white female or male set on fire, holocausted? Who's going to be the next one? Your son? Your daughter? Your wife? Your husband? Who's going to be the next one? Yeah, keep doing what has failed. Keep sitting around and complain about Jews like the losers you are, because it makes you a loser. To think that you have like this voodoo power. How low IQ is the white race today? If I just say nasty things about them, that hurts them. It doesn't do shit to them. Turtle is here. Alex is here. The Westman is here. Hirio Zabud is in the house. Good to see you. I'm suspicious. You only talk about white well-being. Are you a Jew? Are you a Jew, Indian lizard? That's what, I mean, that, yes, obviously. Wait, he cares about white people? He's consistently, for decades, talked about white people and ending our victimization. The conversation is about white people. How do we stop the victimization of white people? That's what the conversation is. Obviously, a Jew fed who is also a lizard from India. Best friend of Jesus says, do you like Bojangles? If so, what are your favorite menu items? Is that to try to lighten the mood, brother? I don't recall that I've ever been there. I'm sure they have something I'd like, though. Do they have bacon and eggs? Lots of bacon and eggs I love. And salt. Bacon, eggs, and salt. Henry says, you think the people in the whites-only community probably aren't confident what they're doing is moral? Henry's asking, do I think that what they're doing, that what they think they're doing isn't moral? Well, let's see them defend it. Let's observe it that way, because you can hold contradictory positions in your head. Cognitive dissonance is a real thing. It's a hardcore drug. So they can say to themselves and believe that they are moral to want to live among their own. We believe that's moral. But when they get out in the population, what ends up happening in the conversations? They can feel that pressure just like we do. And when they try to defend it without the go free strategy, they end up looking like the immoral individual in the conversation. Subconsciously, if you want to go deeper, if they don't imbibe and use the go free lexicon and dialectics, then in their subconscious mind, they have been taught to come to those conclusions is immoral. So what occupies or operates the majority of your life? So down deep, if they don't build the counter triggers for the meme pathogens that we all have been infected with, down deep, they're feeling it's immoral. They don't have a clinical, it's almost crazy to say, like emoting sensation or experience when they know that if they were to go into the average bar or the average street corner and talk about white people setting aside their own communities and not use the language that we use here, not use the concepts that we use here, not be thinking those concepts, when they feel that pressure of the things that they're saying being immoral, the first place that they feel it is from within. That's how they know everybody around them is also concluding that they are immoral. And you saw that firsthand when the founder, Aarvoll, went out with this Hermes guy and interviewed people. And he did what you so often see. He stood there kind of like this big smile. Yeah, but don't you think they should have, white people should have the right to also live by themselves? So we can all feel this. It's clearly the case. We can see it in our interactions. And we also know that every single advocate for white well-being in this community who has imbibed and using the lexical dialectical armory of the Go Free Project, that they could all go to that exact same town and get buy-in from everyone. And they will stand upright when there won't be any defensive posturing. There won't be any, they won't feel as they're talking about these things in the least bit immoral, because they will be feeling moral and they'll be saying these things proudly, and that will resonate. And with those who are listening, they'll feel that moral posture. And that's why the concepts empowering both end up yielding to what is clearly the superior moral assessment and argument made relative to vis-a-vis whatever the subject matter, socio-political subject matter might be. I mean, Henry, to say, like, if you go to a Ameren conference, do those people think that they're not moral? Yes. They think that they're not moral. They know that they're not moral. You can hear them say as much when they explain things. You can see the looks on their faces. And that's a consequence of the identities that they hold, born out of meme pathogenic infection. They go around, not wanting anybody to figure out that they hold immoral views. So yeah, that's the first. You become proud, you become able to speak out like Homeless Bear when you are addressing the immorality in the subconscious, these meme pathogenic assessments of moral versus immoral in the subconscious mind. Then you can stand up. Then the fear goes away. Then you don't have to creep around. And sure, this is where low IQ people make the enormous error. And instead of just submitting to superior intellect in the white race, another aspect of the selective pressure working on the white race, they'll say, but I can use my conscious mind to say opposite. No shit. Good for you. Has that been working? If all of these people who felt like it's moral for white people to live away from or to talk about crime rates, if they all thought it was so moral, then why weren't they promulgating that? Why weren't they defeating everybody who thinks it's immoral in conversation? So they know they're immoral. They feel immoral relative to the social morality of the West, which is the anti-white immoral imperative. Corn Pop is here. Hello and welcome. American Eagle is here. For White Wellbeing is here. Samuski says, you obviously, all this talk about white people obviously have to be a Jew fed. Gene asking if Russians are white. Well, do this little test. If a actual Russian, a white person, kind of giving a hint here, were in the United States, would they be able to be discriminated against on the basis of their race when the company is white erasing it itself to bring in non-white people? The answer is yes. They wouldn't be able to say, but I'm Russian. I'm not white, right? Yeah, Fuentes said, the I'm a Mexican with one grandparent Mexican says that Ukrainians aren't white. They're whiter than you, pal. They're far whiter than you. With my mother's 70-year-old haircut. Well done. Andrew is here. The MCs to this is where I say that to love your people is the highest moral good. If you're white, then to genuinely love, support, and defend white people as your first priority is that. Yes, well said, brother. So, here we have another. Is this the actual story?
Had an extensive criminal history dating back as far as 2017. Prosecutors say Reed should have never been out of custody. 26-year-old woman is still in the hospital fighting for her life after police say 50-year-old Lawrence Reed allegedly set her on fire while riding the train on Monday.
I'm getting multiple calls for, the Blue Line Clark and Lake. Says a female was set on fire at the location.
The U.S. Attorney's Office announced Reed is being charged with committing a terrorist attack against a mass transportation system. According to the criminal complaint, Reed allegedly poured gasoline over the woman's head and body.
Was literally sitting down. I've seen reports that there was an altercation or that there was some kind of a disagreement or argument that took place. Those statements are inaccurate and false. She was on her phone.
The woman, fully engulfed in flames, managed to run off the train. Investigators say Reed bought gasoline at a Chicago gas station about 20 minutes before the attack. Prosecutors say Reed has an extensive criminal history. He was previously charged in 2020 in connection with the fire at the Thompson Center.
Lawrence Reed had no business being on the streets, given his violent criminal history and his pending criminal cases. Reed had plenty of second chances by the criminal justice system, and as a result, you have an innocent victim in the hospital fighting for her life. Because of the swift action of CPD, ATF, and our law enforcement partners, there will be no other chances for Mr. Reed.
Prosecutors say Reed faces a maximum sentence of life in prison if convicted. A 26-year-old woman remains in the hospital tonight in critical condition. For now, reporting live in downtown Chicago, Leslie Moreno, Fox.
All right. So I'll say it again. Do not use this holocausting of this white female to just say she was attacked and then go on a litany about blacks, because that means you are a brainless, dickless loser. We need to be focused on her. We need to be focused on ourselves. We need to be focused on how we put an end. Not how we put it in, not if this, then that. Not we need wish listing and then something can be done. You look at something like this, whose fault is it? It's our fault. It's not the fault of the black race. It's our fault this happens. We are the only ones we can control. We can't control them. We can't control the billionaires. We can't control the government. We can control us. So you either do what you can do or you shut up because you're a child and you're useless. The violent firebug. So the anti-white terrorist charged with terrorism poured the gasoline on her. None of the people in this train tried to put her out. They ran away from this anti-white animal chasing this female to set her on fire. She threw herself on the floor of the train trying to roll the fire out. There's nowhere to roll. So she had to wait while on fire. I mean, do you all remember? I could so lose it here. The horrific, just beyond macabre, ghastly, demonic video of the white woman standing and holding the railing on the subway car with the doors open, and she's consumed completely in fire and nobody doing anything. And I told you all, this will happen again and again and again and again until we become a people and we say enough. And we have the tools that are making that happen. So here it is again. Are you going to do like you did last time if you were one of those people? Or are you going to say, damn, enter? Because if you do, you're the one that needs a helicopter ride. You're the one that needs to be taken out into the field and left there in the field. I'm sick of this cowardly white race populated by nothing but boys who talk tough. So here we have it again. Are you going to say, enter, enter, enter? Thankfully, he's being charged, I think, with terrorism by the feds. That's not enough. This guy had over 70 convictions. Why is he? Now, again, if your focus is in the wrong place, you're going to say, wow, look how bad enters are. He's got 70 plus convictions. No, the focus should be on, look at how white erased our justice system is. Because we don't have a people and we don't own what we create. We treat everything we create as an abstraction that we get talked out of. He's out on the streets again and again because we were talked out of our notions of justice. You know who's not going to get a second chance? The victim. Don't listen to the no white guilt guy, though. Just cherry pick and purloin his creations and then have your original thoughts. Lawrence Anti-White Reed was hit with a federal terrorism charge after he was caught on camera dousing a 26-year-old woman in gasoline, chasing her through the train car, and then setting her alight on Monday night, according to the authorities. Setting her alight. I mean, it's treated here by this anti-white garbage like it's lighting a Christmas tree, setting off fireworks. Reed, who allegedly shouted, "Burn alive, bitch," when he was arrested, was ordered to stay behind bars. And don't forget the Hernandez, or whatever her name was, judge, who should be charged as an accomplice to this act of anti-white terrorism. By this anti-white animal right here, set somebody on fire. It has since emerged that Reed has a disturbingly lengthy rap sheet. He wouldn't have a lengthy rap sheet. Isn't that a fascinating thing? If our norms for policing and justice were in place, he might have like 1 or 2 arrests. That's how long his rap sheet would be. Even if it were that, because he would see, whoa, I'm going to have serious issues. Maybe you would go all the way back where you would say this would be locked up because folks around him in mental health has determined that he can't be in the public because our norms for how to handle mental illness are in place. And so he's locked away. But let's say even if he's left out to commit some hellish crime, maybe he commits a terrible crime He's arrested. He's thoroughly beaten, and he's taken before a judge. And the judge says, oh, you're going to jail for life for this, instead of tapped on the wrist and released. Records show Reed had previously been arrested 72 times in Cook County alone, and convicted in 15 of those. One of those busts included an aggravated arson charge, accused of dousing a city's Thompson Center government building with liquid and setting it on fire. So they're going to talk all about this anti-white monster. This female, purported to be a white female, 26, is destroyed if she lives. She'll never grow hair. Her face melted off. It will never be normal. Completely destroyed if she lives. Voice might be gone forever, might be blind. What about the family, the people that love her? You get the call. Your sister has been burned almost alive, and you rush to the hospital, and you see this gruesome thing where your sister used to be. It's being reported that the female, I don't know if this is true or not, but on the internet, it's being reported that her name is Bethany McGee. This woman here. I guess we'll find out as we march forward whether or not that is the white woman that was incinerated by this anti-white terrorist. I can see Anglo-Saxon hero underneath of there. Good for you, brother. The focus needs to be on her pain and the pain of those who love and care about her. And the blame needs to be placed on us. And that blame should motivate us to find and use the tools that can correct this situation, prevent these things from happening again. That's the only way you can honor her. Now, there are some other rumors going around that she was anti-white. Maybe if this pans out to be the actual victim and she does end up being anti-white, then what can we deduce from that? Anti-whiteism turning another one of our sisters, our daughters against us, turning her into an anti-white animal that, with the other anti-whites, create the situations that get white people holocausted across Western civilization. There is only one remedy. It is for the white race to become a white people again, Western kind, a single people with many countries. Only as a growing percentage of our race, a people born again, can we contend with anti-whiteism. And the definition of people is individual well-being by way of group well-being. We have the tools to get you there. We're going to be celebrating many of our heroes in just a moment. You're going to want to learn about Go Free. You're going to want to become one of those champions, or the next person set on fire, holocausted. The next white person holocausted might be you or someone you love. Be right back.
You said you're you're bidding with your time. Get out, you're pretty, I know a better place. I won't leave you halfway. In a fair world we could say, go and tell the sun it fades. Oh, I know why. We see eye to eye, not leaving you. Got to do something now, in it all the way. That tells me that you're bound to break. I know what you're giving. Get out right away. I know you're not fitting with the fray. In a fair world we could say, get to the higher phase. Oh, I know why. We see eye to eye, I'm not leaving gotta make do, gotta get through, make a seal that's bound and fade. Said we went down, but we reached the crown. I know the way. I will meet you between the night and day. Then we'll ring the sound to celebrate. In a fair world we could say, gonna win this either way. Oh, what you know, and it's gonna stay with us after all. We see eye to eye.
Let's get into these victories, ladies and gentlemen. Let me know that you can hear me okay. Get out your raucous emojis, your big salutes. We begin with West and Franklinator. These two champions in service to white well-being are always active, always making it happen. Big thank you to the great West for all he does in service to white well-being as the OT leader and collecting the victories that this gentleman collects. Thank you so much. Franklinator, moderating IRL activism, collecting victories as well. We don't get them all, folks, but we get a lot of them. So join the crowd in the background who are celebrating these and so many others. Big salutes. Let's give it up also for Biospirit of the West, the Ivan, Cindy Ben, We Are Western Kind, the Nameless One, and the Franklinator, swashing over there on Donald Trump Jr.'s stream, which is totally epic of them, because this is how we got directly to Donald Trump and effectuated the outcome that we said we would achieve, that we said days before was going to happen, that ended up happening. And no one in the white sympathetic sphere gave us credit or celebrated us or were astonished or astounded or anything, because they are losers. So big salutes to everyone who were swashing over on that stream this week, ladies and gentlemen. I want to give a big thank you to the clip makers from this past week. I saw clips from The Tree Godfather, Anglo-Saxon NWG, and Stoppa Anti-Whiteism. Big salutes to these. If you made a clip and I didn't see it, please reach out to me, Franklin, or Biospirit of the West, and we will honor and celebrate you next week. The clips are a massive part of swashing, just like Franklin doing the timestamps on Sundays, a massive part of swashing in service to white well-being. God bless the clip makers. I want to celebrate another individual who has done the timestamps for the 2 of the past Wednesdays, and that's Pants. Let's give it up. Typically, timestamps are not done on Wednesdays, but Pants has stepped up and done some times. And I even saw for White Wellbeing did some timestamps. Big salutes there on some older of our gatherings. God bless that champion as well. Let's celebrate the both of them, Pants. And for White Wellbeing, timestamping is another form of swashing. God bless you all. Let's celebrate the great artificer, ladies and gentlemen, who we don't have all of the details to put up on the screen for you at the moment, but I was able to see the details. And in an interaction online, 3 moves of back and forth and victory, 4 moves of back and forth and checkmate with our lexicon, the great swashing hero, Artificer. Let's give it up for Artificer, ladies and gentlemen, in a conversation, a private conversation online. 4 moves is all it took with the Go Free dialogic, and Artificer won the day. The person actually banned or blocked or whatever it is, the great Artificer, after being stymied by that swashbuckling champion. God bless you, good sir. Hey, and in the exact same fashion, the Tree Godfather last week was on a space. We're going to celebrate it right now. I mentioned it briefly before. Was on a space where a bunch of other people had come on, and they were anti-white to various degrees. One of them was even black. And you had all of these schmucks, all of these anti-Jew spurging losers who were an anti-black slandering losers who were just yelling at these people and failing miserably whenever they would cite a fact. The anti-whites would cite a fact that would contradict it. Typical needle not moving. And the Tree Godfather entered all of the fray of the shouting and the losing by people who are ostensibly for our well-being. Of course, they're not, actually. He entered the fray, and everybody got quiet for him to just say a very short sentence using the tools out of the Go Free dialogic, a single sentence, and checkmate. All 3 anti-whites agreed with the Godfather that no one, including white people, should be discriminated on the basis of our birth. Give it up for this hero. Checkmate in 1 move. Mic drop moment. If I had been there, I would have dropped the mic for him hardcore. Let's get into this, ladies and gentlemen. There it is. Thus spoke Zarathustra. And you know what's happening here. All of those others in the sphere, if they're not whiny little bitches who are just jealous of the success, and of course of the guys who have stood beside me at a urinal and are jealous, then they're not celebrating because they don't understand. They can't hear the music. We got this coming up. We got this coming up. Take a look at this. Anglo-Saxon NWG on Instagram. Assimilation was always an anti-white lie. 534 empowered. Give it up for Anglo-Saxon NWG. Anglo-Saxon NWG on Instagram. White erasure is anti-white. Nearly 200 liberated with the white magic. Anglo-Saxon NWG. Diversity, in quotes, perfectly written, was always an anti-white concept. 136 more empowered with the white magic of Go Free. Really out of your seats for this guy. He's been all over the place. Anglo-Saxon NWG. And this is on, this is a top comment on Instagram. Anti-white education system at work. 416 empowered by the white magic of the white sorcerer. Anglo-Saxon NWG. Anglo-Saxon NWG on Matt Walsh. Who else is sick and tired of anti-whiteism and white erasure? 213 in Matt Walsh's audience empowered. Take a look at that. It's coming up. The great Cindy Ben swashing in. Nearly 9,000 people empowered by Cindy Ben in the audience of Anna Gorsuch. As we say at No White Guilt, there is no Western civilization without Western kind. Whites are the only race that produces and maintains Western civilization. We are being white erased from our countries, which is very serious. Please help us speak up against anti-whiteism. Amen to the great Cindy Ben. Nearly 9,000 people. There is no other community in the explicit white sympathetic sphere where women do as well as they do here. The women in our community outperform the males in all of the other communities put together by themselves. Give it up for the Cindy Ben. Cool Papa J Magic on Leonardo Joni. Racist is an anti-white slur. 605 empowered and Joni giving it a heart. Cool Papa J Magic coming in. 14 more. He's down here again. 25 more empowered. Karen, he says, is an anti-white slur too. Same with fascist, xenophobe, Islamophobe, and many more. Let's hear it for the Cool Papa J Magic. Empowering thousands with the blink of an eye. Cool Papa J Magic on Liberal Hive Mind. Empowering 328 and climbing. The Memdani plan is just a continuation of the same white erasure we've had forced on us for the last few generations. It's ramping up. Time is running out. We got to roll, folks. We got a lot to celebrate here. Celebrate, that's coming up. We got Ay 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 here on, is that Selena? Ay Ay Ay, don't use the terms they choose for themselves. They label you as the villain in their anti-white narrative. You are not the villain. Racist is an anti-white slur. We want white well-being for all Western kind if they hate that they are anti-white, just like Jason Kuna says. Give it up for Ay Ay Ay, ladies and gentlemen. Boom, snap it out. Obviously, Ay 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 is far more of an honorable man than Aarvoll is. Here he is again, this time on the Lotus Eaters. The trad tax in Britain is just another euphemism for anti-whiteism. Look at this Ay 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 getting on the board this week like a friggin' superhero. 125 people empowered. The biological white erasure in us and push the white erasure of our norms. Erase us. This is the anti-white tax system. Give it up for the great Ay 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 on the board this week. Are you on the board this week? If you're not, you better be on the board next week. Ay 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 says he ain't done this week. 100 more and climbing on the board for 100 more in the audience of somebody's channel here. Don't support white erasure. Support white well-being. No white guilt. End anti-whiteism. Big salutes for the swashbuckling champion. Take a look at this, ladies and gentlemen. James here. Wolver, end anti-whiteism. This is on Frolax. 402 empowered by this champion's comment. Give it up for James. Here we have different James. James Connolly In the audience, I think it's of Lil Smelly. 25 here, empowered. More down here, empowered. But 25 replies, but 1,000 people empowered by James Connolly. There are no, quote, hate speech laws. They are anti-white speech codes. Oh my God, give it up. 1,000 people. This swashbuckling warrior said, I'm getting on the board this week. I am getting on the board this week. There you are, brother. You are in lights. Back to the other James Wolver. Here he is in the audience of Real Facts Official. You have Educated West wrote, White Guilt did this. James says, and anti. So this is in the wild. Somebody saying White Guilt did this with 2,445 empowered. James decides just yesterday to hop in there and add anti-whiteism, 134 more empowered. Give it up for James and give it up for the entire community, seeing the concepts used in the wild. James Connolly, we're back on James Connolly in the audience of Sargon. You see, get a screenshot. We got to keep it moving. The great James here. 400 more people in Sargon's audience empowered by the battle-ready James Connolly. God bless you. Oh, look at this. Tucker Carlson himself using anti-white this week. Give it up for us, putting these words in his mouth. And for Tucker, we appreciate you, brother. Whenever you use the lexicon. Biospirit of the West, ladies and gentlemen, the great OT leader on Will Tanner and his audience, liberating 6,000 people. Anti-whiteism is evil. Give it up for Biospirit of the West. We did all of that, ladies and gentlemen, and much, much more. We'll get to that on the screen right now. Keep those applause going, because we've got victories galore, including those videos that are coming up. Biospirit of the West. Anyone who promotes hatred between our peoples is an anti-white pig. 3,600 people empowered with the beautiful meme in the audience of Sayonara. As the audience takes a breath. Tree Godfather with the beautiful meme here. Liberating 2,372 people in the audience of Elon Musk. Biospirit of the West. Victimizing whites is not all right. Always call them out on it. Beautiful meme. 4,500 empowered in the audience of Wall Street Apes. Tree Godfather. 3,228 empowered. This is a brilliant example of white erasure, a bunch of foreigners making decisions about our country. In the audience of Basil the Great. Tree Godfather, 7,588 empowered with this epic meme in the audience of Tommy Robinson. We are everywhere. Give it up for these swashbuckling warriors, ladies and gentlemen. Let them feel your love. 3,111 empowered by the Tree Godfather with this meme in the audience of Bo Atreides. And you have to keep a look on the likes and retweets. Way of the World made it on the board for us this week, ladies and gentlemen. 7,500 empowered. Stop demonizing native Brits and start tackling the real issues in our society. Anti-whiteism. Soaring immigrant crime and the failure of multiracialism we would prefer, but give it up for Way of the World. In response to Jeremy Corbyn and his audience seeing all of that. Kentucky Kin comes in 10,000. Is Kentucky Kin in the wild, ladies and gentlemen? Somebody will have to share in the live chat. Kentucky Kin, epic meme here. 10,000 empowered in the audience of Dr. Simon Goddick. Don't let anybody tell you we didn't do this. A magnesium guy, 1,634 empowered, same meme in this Rebecca audience. Celebrate. That's got to be from the wild. Celebrate it. We love finding them in the wild. Janitor of White Noir, our very own. In the same Dr. Simon audience, white males at my school cannot get jobs because of white erasure denying them their future lives for their birth. The injury extends to the wife he never possesses, to the children that he will never have. No matter the pretext, it's anti-white. It must be outright rejected. Epic meme. 1800 empowered by janitor of White Noir. Big salutes. Swashbuckling warrior. Cool Papa J Magic back in here again. Young white girl killed by non-whites who never should have been able to touch a hair on her head. Read the rest yourself from this champion. 2,000 more empowered by Cool Papa J Magic in the audience of Libs of TikTok. Tree Godfather, 4,356 empowered in the audience of our friend I Am Yes, You Are No. Anglo-Saxon NWG, 6,348 liberated with an epic meme in the audience of Matt Walsh. Tree Godfather, every damn time, 6,835 empowered in the audience of Unlimited L's. Anglo-Saxon NWG, love the meme, 1,600 plus empowered in the audience of Amiri King. Celebrate everybody on the board. Let them hear you cheer. Anglo-Saxon NWG, 2,100 plus empowered in the audience of Basil the Great. Our champions enter the fray and they dominate. 2,177 liberated by the Tree Godfather. What about people's death experiences? In the audience of Dr. Ricardo Duchesne. We have entered the fight, ladies and gentlemen, working on 1,000 empowered by the Tree Godfather in the audience of United Nations. 3,000 empowered by Anglo-Saxon NWG. Anti-whites have always been our biggest problem. This in the audience of Radio Genoa, of this white female out celebrating and dancing on a beach. She'll probably never be seen again. Tree Godfather, 8,000 empowered this week. I'm tired of being white taxed to subsidize the non-white world. In the audience of Rieb van Janbeek. Tree Godfather back again. All of these memes are glorious. Celebrate the meme mavens. 2,000 manumitted by Tree Godfather in the audience of Man in the High Castle. Tree Godfather, 4,000, working on 4,000 liberated. What percentage of India would you consider acceptable to be white? Your anti-whiteism is showing in the audience of Desi King. Biospirit of the West, 4,000 plus empowered. Anti-white whites, one of our biggest problems. Love the meme. In the audience of Matt Van Swole. Justin McDaniel on the board this week. 1,600 plus manumitted by Justin McDaniel, anti-white murderer, in the audience of Unlimited L's. Who else is on the board this week? Shannon Oliver's on the board, working on 1,000 empowered. If you look at the history of technology, it's one white man after another. Your white erased revisionism is anti-white. In the audience of Anna K. Gorsuch. Well-written. Shen and Oliver on the board this week. In lights. In neon lights. Robert in neon lights this week. It's not the similarities that make us the same. It's the differences that make us different. 3,747 liberated. In the audience of Miss White. Who else is on the board? Hans is on the board. 1,300 empowered with the white magic. White erasure started way back with feminists filling the position of the erased white males. As white erasure sweeps through society, things will fail in increasingly unexpected ways. In the audience of Wake Up Patriot. Folks, we are everywhere. Anglo-Saxon and WG, 3,400 plus empowered with the white magic in the audience of Jared Taylor, a place they need it. Give it up for that swashbuckling hero. Biospirit of the West. Why are you so anti-white? 4,254 empowered. And I saw Jerome under there, swashing champion. In the audience of Bushra Shirk. Biospirit of the West, white erasure. Working on 20,000 people. Strengthened with the Go Free dialogic in the audience of I Am Yes, You Are No. Let's hear it for Biospirit of the West. He's in neon lights on the board this week. Biospirit of the West. This is how anti-whiteism works. Now there will be more white erasure, then more anti-whiteism, and repeat. I love this meme. 2,317 manumitted in the audience of Christian Heinz. Tree Godfather, 7,833 strengthened and emboldened in the audience of Uncorrelated. And we are almost there. We are almost there. Tree Godfather, anti-whiteism has kicked many, mainly men, out of jobs to be replaced by imported non-whites who undercut wages. Working on 1,200 empowered in the audience of Southern Chestnut. Tree Godfather, working on 1,000. You're vilifying people who are objecting to their victimization. In the audience of John Sheridan. Biospirit of the West, epic meme, liberating 2,235 in the audience of Wall Street Apes. Tree Godfather, 2,100 plus empowered in the audience of Courtney Spinelli. Double V on the board this week. Over 3,000 empowered. White erasure is anti-white. In the audience of I Am Yes, You Are No. Anglo-Saxon and WG. 1,100 plus empowered. In the audience of Benny Johnson. We are across the internet. Justin McDaniel on the board again. 1,700 empowered in the audience of Matt Walsh. Well done, Justin. These swashbuckling heroes coming through. I love it. Cardia Nebula is on the board this week. We need to unite against anti-whiteism. 1,600 strengthened in the audience of Radio Genoa. Tree Godfather, 1,800 liberated in the audience of Senator Chris Van Hollen. Robert, 4,600 empowered. Look at this memeage in the audience of common sense extremists. And they continue to show up and say, we didn't do it. Biospirit of the West, 2,700 liberated. In the audience of Free Press. Tree Godfather, 3,800 empowered with white magic. In the audience of Dana, blah, blah. The Cairo, is this from the wild? 700 empowered with this meme. In the audience of Lazy B, our friend Lazy B. Is this from the wild too? Big salutes to Vaquero. Biospirit of the West, 11,000 empowered in the audience of Homeland Security. Give it up for these champions, folks. We have entered the fight for white well-being in an enormous way. Our heroes, our warriors charge into the fray. They charge into the battle and they take it to the adversaries. Everybody knows who we are. Biospirit of the West, 2,242 empowered in the audience of Chris D. Jackson. Da-na-na-na. Tree Godfather, 10,000 with this epic new meme in the audience of Department of State. Tree Godfather, 14,000 unshackled from anti-whiteism in the audience of Department of State. Cool Papa J Magic, working on 4,000 strengthened with the white magic of Go Free in the audience of Calvin Robinson. Stumbling. Why is the UK Parliament supporting white erasure? 8,000 empowered in the audience of the UK Parliament. Dallas Malloy. 7,000 as the audience takes another breath. Empowered in the audience of National Conservative. Give it up for Dallas, swashing right into the battlefield, getting on the board this week. Justin McDaniel back on the board again. Whoa! 21,000 people empowered by Justin McDaniel of our brothers and sisters in the audience of I've named, therefore I am. Let him feel the love. Biospirit of the West. 1,500 plus empowered in the audience of Libs of TikTok. Biospirit of the West. Anti-whiteism is ruining the West. 5,536 set free in the audience of Wall Street Apes. And we got more to come, ladies and gentlemen. As X tries to load all of our victories, all of our epic victories. We've got so many, the computer struggles. Overwatch. This has got to be from the wild. Systemic white erasure. 7,000 plus. And using some of our glorious memes here in the audience of Wall Street Apes. Man, these accounts from the wild, I love them. Get on the board if you're not on the board, ladies and gentlemen. Tree Godfather, 4,000 plus liberated in the audience of the Department of State. Who is reading the Department of State, ladies and gentlemen? Tree Godfather, good advice for her, he writes. Over 2,000 empowered in the audience of I, Hypocrite. Tree Godfather, 3,000 more empowered with the white magic in the audience of Basil the Great. Never let them tell you that we didn't do it. Justin McDaniel again, 2,382 in the audience of End Wokeness. Tree Godfather, call her out for being an anti-white pig. 1,260 freed from anti-white prison in the audience of Right Angle News Network. Justin McDaniel on the board again, 1,682 in the audience of J.D. Vance. Justin said, he came in with a flaming sword and a shield so bright it blinded the opposition this week to get on the board. Well done, champion of the West. Ivan Zerhagobol is here. 1,214 empowered by Ivan In the audience of Right Angle News, well done, hero. On the board, TM. On the board this week with 1,600 plus. Liberated. In the audience of Delusional Takes. Tree Godfather 2041. Empowered. In the audience of Michael McCarthy. My God, ladies and gentlemen. The variety of accounts we've been on. Shannon Oliver, 2,500. Shannon Oliver up there twice this week. Give it up for Shannon. He said, I'm getting on the board. In the audience of Scott Greer, saving our brothers and sisters. And here we have the final here before we get into our videos. Tree Godfather, 4,249 that he personally went to and empowered in the audience of the Department of State, ladies and gentlemen. And now let's hear from a content creator by the name of Endeavor.
Another major change was the easing of social media censorship, with Musk's purchase of Twitter and other platforms in turn reducing, though not fully eliminating, restrictions on political speech. The past 3 years have seen right-wing viewpoints become more prevalent in the broader political discourse. Concerns over issues such as mass immigration, anti-whiteism, feminism, or LGBT normalization are now being discussed at a higher level in Western countries.
Show Endeavor some love. Well done, good brother. Now let's hear from a comment from the wild. This is by Andy Frizella. This has 72,000 views.
People are so used to the anti-white shit that it's not deemed racist. Okay? When the Star Wars lady says, I want to make white people cry, what if I said the goal of my show every single day is to make black people cry? What if I said that? Okay, that's racist shit. I don't say that shit. Here's the thing, JJ. You can't recognize it because you've been so immersed in it your entire life that you don't see a problem with it. Okay? There's BET. There's Black Awards. There's this and this and this. There's all kinds of black privilege in this country, and white people get called racist. I don't give a fuck that you guys have your own things and do all this shit. That's fine with me. But don't fucking tell me that there isn't an anti-white narrative going on in society. Because there is, and there has been since the day I was fucking born. I'm not allowed to say I'm proud to be white.
Let's stay in this guy's audience, folks. Let's keep swashing on him. Anti-white narrative.
You're allowed to say you're proud to be black. Latinos are allowed to say, I'm proud to be Latino. But if a white person says, oh, I'm proud to be white, it's white supremacy.
He's not done, ladies and gentlemen. That was 72,000 people saw that. 51,000 more saw this.
Is racism, and if it's look, we can't deny that there's a tremendous amount of anti-white narrative in the fucking news cycle. Okay, fucking white men and white women are the only people in the world that can't say I'm proud to be white. If you're Mexican, you could say fucking Latino pride. If you're black, you could say black pride. If you're white and you say white pride, motherfucker, you're going on a list. You know what I'm saying? So like, let's be real about the anti-white narrative that's allowed. There's a huge double standard in society. Other people that aren't white can say anything they fucking want about white people. White people, up until recently, can be denied a job based on their skin color. They're the only race that can.
Give it up for this guy, Andy Frizella, and let's continue to be in his audience, watching on this champion. He is clearly on the right path. God bless Andy Frizella. Let's check out a Benny Johnson clip, ladies and gentlemen. This clip got 625,000 views.
President, this whole Obama thing, that everybody seems to forget that he had a mama and she was white.
Yeah, I know.
I mean,
Morgan Freeman making a perfect point there about white erasure. Nobody ever talks about how Barack Obama's half white. It's like completely erased from his history.
Yes, white erasure seen by 625,000 normalized. Let's give it up for the great Benny Johnson. Ladies and gentlemen, totally epic. Well done, folks. And we saved here the best for last, because our very own Hank Teach had a one-on-one conversation with Leonardo Joni. Let's hear it for Hank. Everybody on your feet. Everybody on your feet. Show this man some love. The swashbuckling hero came in and he is the cause of this.
Blaming them for the negative feelings you have about yourself, which you're creating yourself. And then, this is the lunacy, you're demanding that she apologize for the feelings you made yourself have when you saw her. This is the essence of anti-white hatred, and that's what it is. And we're gonna stop using the word racist. Okay, I had a really good conversation with a fan over the weekend. I'm gonna get into that. And he made a really good point. He said, whenever we use the word racist, people conjure up an image of a white person being hateful towards a non-white person. And we really need to take this out of our lexicon and start calling these people what they are. Because a lot of white people will be like, oh, actually, you're the real racist. This is how you feel about white people. That's not going to work, because even when you call somebody else a racist, they're going to think they're racist against non-whites. What you have to call them is anti-white genociders, hateful demons, people who hate white people for existing. And some people, and this is the thing, there's no stigma against that. So you can say that about someone and they're going to go, and yes, so what? White people deserve it. And that's what we really need to drag out. And it's not about convincing the hordes. It's about getting all the other whites who are still living in La La Land thinking, oh, but everything's fine if I'm just a good person. No, it's about getting them to see you're going to be hunted down because you're a white person. No other group has collective guilt. White people have collective guilt. Every other group gets collective benefits. We got to get reparations because it's something that happened to our ancestors generations ago. White people have to get collective guilt for something they didn't even do. That's why this was so freaking insane.
Ladies and gentlemen, this video has almost 100,000 views. That is all credited to Hank Teach, a swashbuckling commander extraordinaire who has taken up the Go Free dialogic like a fucking hero, gleaming plate mail on this guy, waged in an environment that none of us could have predicted, understood, or done the same. And he did this. Give it up for Leonardo Joni for taking it up. Ladies and gentlemen, they can keep us, they can keep me away. They can keep you from being interviewed or directly talked to about our successes. But they can't stop the power of white men and women of the West reclaiming our destiny. 10 seconds and we'll be right back. This is what I talk about. This is what it's all about. There are going to be countless scenarios, and I've given speeches about this. I've given talks about this at get-togethers. Big salutes to everybody that you cannot predict. We cannot predict all of the different scenarios. We can't predict who's going to feel like. Hank specifically feels comfortable with females who are comedic like Leonardo Joni. He was in his vibe when he was there. He was able to communicate in a way that I could not have and would not have been received in that environment. That is one of the greatest strengths of the Go Free dialogic. Big salutes to that hero. He is on the board, at the top of the board. Well done, and well done to all of you. I want to celebrate with the financial gifts. I want to celebrate again the great Wes, who financially gifted last week $3,000. He financially gifted me $3,000. Let's get that man some additional love for that absolutely magnificent and munificent financial gift. A working man. No rich people here. Everybody is working. Big love to you, brother. Big salute. Stay on your feet. Let's go ahead. He's not here yet, but he'll be on the board. Dude Bro Moment, $50 on the Dude Bro Moment platform. Show the man some love. Dude Bro Moment, $50. You know what he's going to write for White Wellbeing. God bless you, dude. Hero over here. We also have Flame of the West over here. $25 financial gift. Big salutes, 07s. Raucous emojis, crowns, and gems for these heroes. He says, with his $25 for White Wellbeing. Dandy Westman, $20 over here. Big salutes. Raucous emojis, 07s. Gems and Crowns, and I will come back. He's got a little bit of a longer comment. I will come back to that as soon as we get through this celebration, brother. As we refresh, thank you all so much for celebrating these champions in service to white well-being. We have, oh my God, another working man, probably between shifts. Corey is in today for $50, 50 for white well-being. Show the man some love. Show the working man some love. $50. He says with his $50, you're a hero to our people. Thanks again, 07. So are you, Corey. And I am honored to stand beside you, brother. Shoulder to shoulder forever with all of you champions. Big salutes. We'll come back to all of the financial gifts, $19 or less, as I swirl around here and see if I've missed any. And it looks like I have not. So we'll head on back to Dandy Westman's comment here. He says, thank you so much, Dandy. And thank you all for big salutes to everybody who celebrated. It's just one colossal victory of another. I'm so honored and proud to watch so many of you become demigods, warriors in gleaming plate mail with banners snapping in the wind, heading into the fight for white well-being with the tools that win us the field every single day, wielding them perfectly. It's like just watching. Just imagine we are literally like the Spartans in the 300 movie. And the anti-white adversary comes and they crash against our shields and we cut them down like reeds. And when it finally breaks out into melee, you get to see the true mental athleticism and skills of these heroes. God, it's amazing to witness. So many big salutes to every single one of you. Dandy Westman writes here. He says, ironic that Jaysburg celebrate Henry Ford for the Dearborn Independent, but ignore that he's primarily responsible for contemporary white erasure of Dearborn, Michigan, after opportunistically recruiting Arab labor from the Levant for his auto plant in Dearborn, proving that white well-being is not their objective. Very well written, Dandy Westman. Big salutes to you. Yeah, they're clearly, their objective is not white well-being. Oh my God, we were just celebrating the dude bro moment, and we knew he would show up. He just showed up. My God, that is so epic. Like right on cue. God bless you. All of a sudden, it's like bam, orange flash on the screen. Totally cool, brother. $50. Dandy Westman writes on here in the tall Kevin widget. He says the hyperlinks in your YouTube description for financial gift are inactive. Wow, okay. He says I have to copy and paste the link, text into the browser to be able to gift. Wow, all right. I'll have to address that. Thank you for letting me know. He says, I've checked the description of other adjacent content creators, and their links in the descriptions are active in their recent videos. Isn't that interesting? Because they were obviously active when I put them there. Fascinating. I wonder if the anti-whites had anything to do with that. Thank you for letting me know, brother. I would have no way of knowing otherwise. What a colossal number of victories. Promulgating, can you still believe? It was a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago, and there was literally, just insane. Saw another one of these people. They come and go. They come less often than they used to, for sure. Saying that we didn't seed any of this language. We're not doing anything. We didn't do it. Unbelievable. They probably are in India. And let's be realistic. All of these Anon accounts, you didn't do anything. You're just stealing it all. Sure. The great clean one reposted the stream. Thank you, brother. I deeply appreciate it. I don't think no other comments here that I missed. Remember, tag me as No White Guilt as we are together today. Truth is our reality. Just donated 1 lemon of cryptocurrency. 1 extraordinarily delicious lemon. Thank you so much. I deeply appreciate it. He also says hello. Big hello to you. Truth is our reality. We have the great Dallas Malloy swashing in, was on the board this week. Here she has $7 financial gift over on Premium Rumble. Our community is only the best because we're constantly persecuted and fighting uphill. So the ones that stay, what are the ones that stay? Oh, it's blurry for me. Damn it. Can I make it bigger? Let's see. The toughest and the most on fire for white well-being. We are the ones, right, who stay the toughest and the most on fire for white well-being. Anti-whites will regret what their malice and cruelty inspired. Yes, they will. The good Lord is with us. The good Lord is the God of the West, and he is with us. He is filling our sails with the winds of his power. The more in touch you come with that biospirit of the West inside of you, the easier it will be, maybe even the beginning of being able to finally hear what I have called the voice. And that is the voice of the spirit of the West. That is where you will find true power. Land of the, thank you so much for that, Dallas. I deeply appreciate it. Land of the fake, home of the gay. Financially gifting $5. Thank you so much. Thank you for your invaluable, or thank you for the invaluable work you do, Jason. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Especially, I really appreciate it when we see other content creators having original thoughts and getting 50,000, 100,000, hundreds of thousands of views with their original thoughts that I've been sharing for 3 decades. So I deeply appreciate that. Tag me as No White Guilt on any of the platforms you are on, and I will come back to you. And happy Thanksgiving. Again, we are approaching. We will be here this coming Wednesday, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Will I be here on the day of Thanksgiving? I don't know. We'll see. We have over here a thank you for Yiz the Unifier, dropping a $5 bill. And she says, weekly folk tithe for white well-being. Thank you for that. We have Weldon dropping a $5 bill as well. He says, Jesus Christ is awesome. God bless you, brother. Great to see you. Thank you for being here. And we have First Last dropping a $5 bill. $5. And he says, thank you for your wisdom. I appreciate that. Yeah, wisdom is, experience and coupled with intelligence. That's really what wisdom is. And I've been around for a while, and I've been observing, and I've been weighing what serves our well-being, what will get us to the end of our victimization, not in an abstract way, but in the way of our actual lived experience. And I've seen a lot, and you have seen a lot, and come to recognize a lot that doesn't work. In fact, not only does it not work, it's harmful to us and our people. So thank you so much. Amasumek for White Wellbeing is here. Good to see you all. And I will keep my eyes open for any other financial gifts while we are together. Otherwise, it's time to tag if you would like for me to see what you have to share. God bless every single one of you. Southern Bloom is with, so is Azimuth Clark. Hyperborean Dream. Good to see you all. What a week. What a blown it out of the water week. Somebody by the name of Julius says, you're wasting your time if you're not having white babies. I beg to disagree. Firmly, there are hundreds of millions of white people on the planet Earth today. If we empower a percentage of them to become a people defined as individual well-being by way of group well-being, we win. Checkmate. Checkmate. Furthermore, if you produced white children without inoculating them against anti-whiteism, specifically with the Go Free dialogic, they're going to be anti-white. I don't care what you say. What the anti-whites say is true, that you can teach your children to hate non-whites, but either they will produce grandchildren that are non-white or their children will produce grandchildren that are non-white. And they laugh in your face, and they're right. But if you inoculate your white children, they won't betray our people. If you don't inoculate them, they don't even have a people to betray. It's just selfish individualists making decisions that works best for them. The Great Slots has just shown up over here with a financial gift, $1 bill. He's dropping. It's the biggest of $1 bills. God bless you. Great to see you, brother. He says, anyone can hate a class of people. Only those of similar biospirit can experience easy harmony with the destiny of our people. Amen to that. Big salutes for the hero, Slotzian power. Great to see you. Havoc is here. You can disagree with me if you'd like. You'd be wrong. But you can disagree with me if you like. Just be respectful, and your comment will be left, and I will have an opportunity to respond to it. Scrolling through the chat right now of heroes. First Last saying, use this. Speak whites into peoplehood. Ooh, kind of like that. Yes. Yes. First Last saying, go, Jason, go. JK160's in the house. There's Justin McDaniel dominating the board this week. Great to see you, brother. All right. Spud Ruggis is in the house. Gladiator is here as well. I want to thank you all for coming over. You could just be going and getting entertained somewhere and deriving no power therefrom. There's Dude Bro Moment in the live chat. Great to see you, brother. Somebody by the name of Richard is in the chat. Hello to you. All right. Let me refresh over here. Can you believe this Hank Teach is really teaching with what he did? This young, magnificent champion, proving one of the critical and often hard to really grasp points that I have made over the years. And that is that there are, since society is infinitely dynamic, and there are manifold scenarios that we could never fathom, and skill sets and personalities and physical appearances that you can't account for, that the only thing, in fact, the thing that must be done, the only thing to succeed is to empower all of these people so that in their circles of influence, they will make a difference for white well-being. You might be the kind of person who your personality, the way you look, etc., is going to be well received in one environment that you are in or that you have access to, and won't work in other environments, whether you have access to them or not. Somebody else is going to have the skill sets that would work in environments that you have access to or not, but are not going to be successful within. So it just isn't a matter of economic strata, although that's an element of it too. But it is beyond human comprehension. It's beyond the comprehension of AI. And what really is IQ? Why is this so difficult to understand? Because intelligence is working memory with a big dose of creativity as a consequence of working memory. How many points of data can be held at one time in the mind? Most people, midwits, talking about the world like this, they absolutely cannot get, because they can't hold even a fraction of the data points in their mind at one moment. They have to sweep something off to add something new to the desktop, to put it in computing terms. Same thing with the human brain. So if we were a healthier people, we would be able to see this work and then we would submit to it. But oh boy, do we not have that. Just ask Tree Godfather and some of the absolute vegetables that he's had to argue with in some of these spaces. Instead of them shutting up and realizing these people are having successes, this strategy is working. My goal is to end our victimization. I'm going to take heed. No. Instead, they argue, they fight. Here they go. Sabbath says, we have orphaned white children. I think that's a powerful concept. You mean by way of anti-whiteism? They don't have parents, even if the parents are present? Tag me again, brother. All right, we have the lesson of the day. We don't have any announcements. There was nothing in the mail bag, so we will be able to proceed here. Thankfully, unlike last week, the audio, I'm assuming, isn't clipping or chirping or jumping as it was. Let me look for tags over here. Savage Monday says, I also gave a like on every comment on those talks to bring people or ping people and remind them the mission persists. Well done. He says this before it. I watched some of your old talks. Okay, so that comment goes with the previous one. He says, I watched some of your old talks from 6 years ago. Message still consistent, and you're a much better orator now. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, especially for the testimonial that the message is consistent. Hasn't changed. So I'm not here trying to appease, which, by the way, I don't know if I should say who shared the video or not. He can chime in if he wants to. But there was a content creator across the Atlantic who proved one of my points, that they serve the audience, what the audience's whims are, what their wants are, what's going to entertain them. Whereas I say, this is about white well-being. You can take it or leave it. There's the door. That's how much of a cult it is. I'm like, there's the door. Get out. That content creator was speaking on his stream, and he was saying, this is what the people want in the audience. It was all a conversation about giving the people in the audience what they want. Just set out in the open. He's gotten on in years, not as careful as he used to be. Thank you for that, Savage Monday. And he gave a like to every comment on those talks. God bless you, brother. That's some great swashing. Going back 6 years ago, same exact message, giving likes to all the good comments. Big salutes to you for that. All right, I don't see any other tags at the moment. If I'm missing it, tag me again. Post the comment again. We have Eli over here on the live gifting 1 lemon. Thank you for that, Eli. I appreciate it. Winger Productions asking from last week. I answered the advice for you. You had asked about being in local government or business and not hiding your power levels. You use the lexicon and the dialectics openly in those environments. Like if MTG decided with the time she has remaining that she wanted to actually do some good, or she wanted to stick around and run again, and she reached out to me, I would advise her to use at minimum the 6 key concepts, to use the lens of white well-being when discussing anything socio-political, anything social. You're talking about crime in those environments, talk about the white erasure of our policing norms and the white erasure of our justice system. So you don't hide, you're not hiding any of this. Now, I added the caveat that if you are working, I mean, if you're like in a radical anti-white Democrats office and you work in that staff, and to say anything but hunt down the white race would cause them to immediately persecute you and fire you and get rid of you, and you need that job, then obviously don't say any of that. You could be agile and you might be able to work it in here or there, that you don't think anybody should be persecuted, prosecuted. You might even be in a such an office and say, hey, you know what? We're all talking about, all the Democrats talking about bringing white guys back in because we've turned them off so much. You know, maybe just saying, and then you introduce part of the lexicon. And that, if you do it carefully, will be received at least in the light of, oh, you're trying to increase our voter roll. Sure, that's legitimate. We don't have to fire you right now. But in almost every single environment, as we keep demonstrating, using the lexicon and the dialectics with coworkers, with the managers of the company, with the executives of the guy, et cetera, is how we advocate and advance white well-being, arrest the victimization of our people. You can, depending upon your status or influence, you can even introduce programs or ideas or the modification of programs that exist, as Homeless Bear did in those environments, so that those programs that are extant are no longer anti-white. You're going to rid them of anti-whiteism. Is that speaking to your question, or am I not gathering exactly what you're going for? Tag me again. I'll keep an eye out. And with any clarification, and I'll speak to it again before we roll. Cool Papa J Magic just sharing that he loves mayonnaise. I do as well. Let's see. Helios Abbott, did he come back? Oh, he says, white children don't have a people to protect or defend them. Yes. That's a wonderful way to put that. They are all orphaned because there's no people to protect them. You have just, at best, both parents. And most likely, half a parent, because you've got the kids with mom, and she's more concerned with herself than anyone. Not with every woman, but with a lot of them. Helios Abbott adds on here. He says, just as important, they don't have the people to nurture and empower them. A white family beyond the isolated individual circumstance. Yes, 100%. Very well articulated. Big salute to Helios Abbott. Yeah, we need to be thinking about white children. We need to be thinking about the future of the white race. Remember, this is how people said when I was on that show years back. And they would say that they felt hatred for the average white person. And that I obviously articulated was really problematic. We can't feel hatred for our brothers and sisters. when they're just vagues. And that's one of the reasons why we decided to use vague instead of so many of the other terms that are out there for the average white person. But you can't hate them for that. Even if they are villainy signaling anti-whiteism, especially when it comes to our children. But all of these people, they're carrying the biospirit of the West within them. You have millions of white children, each one of them with this flame of the biospirit of the West burning within them, and it's being snuffed. It's being extinguished by anti-whiteism. If that doesn't make you get animated and angry and action-oriented and outcomes-oriented and being able to measure success in service to the ultimate objective of ending our victimization on the basis of our birth, then something is wrong with you. You're defective. Get a therapist, a priest, Russian roulette. I don't know. Isn't that a card game or something? Whatever it takes. Taking a quick look over here. We have shame extorting and support shaming up next to take a look at. Recently, there was a great example of that as our lesson of the day today, as the temperature begins to rise in here. Every day, 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, the Shade Tree. Wednesday, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we roll in for a Go Free Church of the West. And after that, we hold a Rebel Roundtable on X. And you are welcome to show up, all of you are, and ask for the microphone. And you will be given the microphone. We will hear what you have to say. Cool Papa J Magic says, I remember being in high school as a vague and watching a video of Irish people singing a song. And I thought, wow, those people look like they could live right next to me. Yep. I had those same kind of feelings. Let me tell you, we've had people, I can't remember who've asked, there's been a couple people ask about the real magic in the world that I have alluded to before. We allude to throughout the Prometheus Rising, Take Back Your Destiny, a book that I wrote. And again, not to get, it's esoteric, and there's often too much attention given to things that are less tangible, and they're also not for everyone. But something you can discover for yourself is that not only do we have, for the purpose of sharing the work of White Wellbeing in this title of Biospirit, not only do we have it there as a title to share in service to White Wellbeing, the arresting of our victimization and conversations with ourselves and those in our circles of influence, but there is literally, I'm saying there is literally a unifying magic. Please don't reference notions of content creators out there and use their terminology of what that is, what that might be, because there is no way that somebody is going to be able to encapsulate that especially as I've seen so many people attempt, in any way that's productive. Every way they attempt to encapsulate it and share the material is destructive, is unproductive. So you're not going to be able to burn a fire and I don't know, throw a chicken on it and get some kind of a result. You're not going to be able to pray to a God that you have just decided is real, not Israel, but is real, yesterday or 5 years back or whatever. That's not how it works. But I can tell you a way that you can know for sure that it's real and that it is magnificent. When I was in junior high school and all of this really began for me, and I began questioning the anti-whiteism, these different dictums, these different principles, and I began questioning it all. I went in there and I was a very proud Southerner and American. That's why on my jean jacket that I ended up wearing in 8th grade, it said American by birth, Southern by the grace of God. Very proud of being a Southerner and an American. And an understanding that those things were white, not that they were abstractions, that those things were of my people. And the moment, though, that I realized that they are all Western kind, they are all my people. And the moment I realized that at a truly fundamental level, and that all of our greatest achievements and victories, not just superficial, not just some, I'm pro-white and hey, this German guy figured out X, Y, or Z, so I'm going to throw that in somebody's face, that it was a white person from Germany that figured out X. No, not superficial. When you fully appreciate, there'll be a moment where it will hit you. It's almost like, to put it bluntly, it's magic. Not poetically, not intangibly, but definitely inscrutable. You'll feel it. You'll know it. It will infuse you with power. It will fill you with its magic. And the only explanation for that is that there is something that wants you to feel that way. There is something that wants you to conclude that we are a single people with many countries. Something beyond human explanation. Something beyond what this organ in our skulls can articulate. Try it out. You might have to focus on it for some time. I think it was, and this is the importance of childhood, I think it was because I was still so young. Had received plenty of mean pathogenic ideas to that point. But when we're born into this world, we are the spirit of the West. That is what we are. Not a nationality, not a religion, not religious catechisms, definitely not. We are the spirit of the West at birth. That would be the easiest time for white people to make that connection. And anti-whites of all races, they definitely don't want that. I fundamentally believe that it is that connection to the totality of our people, knowingly or unknowingly, for our greatest achievers of all time, the greatest heroes throughout all of recorded history. I fundamentally believe that it is that propelled them to that glory. It is that propelled them to the top of the mountain and the admiration of the rest of our people. Winged Production says, that's it, Jason. You covered it. Thank you. I appreciate that, good brother. Let's see what we have here. Shame extorting. I'm going to put something on the screen here in just a moment. And support shaming. So let's have a look here. Well, we'll do this, and I will get this ready. Every day I wake up, feel the weight of their words. A narrative so heavy, it cuts deeper than it hurts. They paint me with their brushes, every stroke a lie. And I'm left here standing, trying to reach the sky. Oh, anti-whites give me the blues, dragging down my weary shoes. The story's fake, but it spreads so wide, feels like I'm swimming against the tide. Turn on the TV, see the villain's face. And every time he looks like me, it's a cold embrace. Ladies and gentlemen, the great Fornor has entered the live chat. The weight of all the past, but truth moves slow and their lies move fast. Oh, anti-whites give me the blues, a storm of shame I didn't choose, but the light of love still burns bright. I won't stop fighting for what's right. I see the cracks in their foundation, a house of cards built on condemnation. We've got a truth they can't erase, a heritage no hate can replace. Totally epic. We're going to be getting into this case of a shame extorting and related concept, support shaming, on page 201, current edition and iteration of Go Free. I see Jason is in the live chat. Very cool name. Did the great Fornell hear our ad read? And did you hear our new segment, Name That Sound? Turn these blues into a redemption song. So here's my anthem, my melody of pain, for every soul out there feeling the same. We'll walk together through the dark and the fire, till the blues give way to hope, lifting us higher. Totally epic. Here we have, ladies and gentlemen, a case of an individual. Please do not feel obligated to donate to me, he says, after writing in this post here, "Welp, the Jews got me. Someone reported my Twitter to my company." Oh, so this is what happens when you're a Jewsburg. Ye's Law, he says, I didn't want to do this, but unfortunately, with losing my job and holidays right around the corner, I don't see many people hiring right now. Well, it actually should be the opposite. There are a lot of jobs hiring right now, but how many jobs are hiring for somebody who was Jew-spurging online. Who knows what all you were saying. He says, I just want to thank everyone for the overwhelming support at his GoFundMe. Support shaming. There have been 90, so working on 100,000 views for this. Welp, the Jews got me. You would think these people would learn. But of course, their objective isn't white well-being or ending our victimization. They enjoy white ill-being. This happens to white people all the time who are Jew-spurgs or schmucks. Shame extorting. What is shame extorting? Well, instilling shame in order to extort money for legal and other expenses from white sympathetic people after engaging in high risk, low reward behavior that harmed or could have harmed white well-being, even when the behavior is claimed to have been in service to the white race. Ultimately, we know that schmuckery is not in service to white well-being at all, which is why they fight with us. We improve the conditions for white people in their lives. We get anti-whiteism, an anti-white textbook taken out of an elementary school. And these people shrug. So, Jews, we're here for white people. That's a colossal victory, especially when it's replicable and scalable. You are here to complain about Jews. That's why you're here. So their claims, I just hope that we don't have anyone dumb enough to think that they actually believe what they're doing will arrest the victimization of Western kind. It's preposterous, actually. Instead, we get these scenarios. And I swear to God, I've seen literally hundreds of times when Jew-spurgs or schmucks in general, anti-non-white, lose their job, lose their wife, get thrown out of their house. That guy who made that long-ass movie that so many of the Jew-spurgers out there that they love to point. Have you watched this 6-hour-long movie or whatever it is? That guy, his wife threw him out. It was her house all along. He was thrown out, living in a motel. So often these people end up suffering the consequences, the expected consequences for their behavior. And then what happens is a herd of them will show up and say, oh, you've got to finance this person's bad decisions. Absolutely not. They say you've got to finance them or you should be ashamed of yourself. That person's out fighting the good fight. They're doing something. You're not doing anything. Everyone in prison has done something and you haven't done anything. So you should just be financing them. Go to hell. They're not doing anything in service of white well-being. They are tangibly harming white well-being, starting with their own life. But on the bigger scale, they are proving that the anti-white narrative is real, which is extremely detrimental to the well-being of white people. So absolutely not. But this is shame extorting. They'll show up in this way, and it works not only for somebody, as articulated here, this is just the most obvious way, the most common way, somebody behaving like this, and then they suffer the repercussions of it. But it is also used, shame extorting, when another schmuck group shows up and they say, this organization is going to take down the Jews or is going to pay the blacks back or is going to whatever, and you need to finance it. And if you don't finance, if you don't donate to it, then you are the reason that it is going to fail. It's because of people like you. It's because of you personally that this group is not going to succeed if you don't finance and participate. And then the Jews will continue to run everything. That's another form of shame extorting. So be aware of it. Utilize the concept when you see it happening. You know, it's reminiscent. And I was talking with the great Biospirit of the West on the phone. He was with me and others in Texas a couple of years back when the NJP was fairly new. And I cannot tell you, so many of the crowd there was a contingent of NJP. And then so many of the crowd there were supporters of the NJP, shockingly to find out. And these members of the NJP, they demonstrated, they projected deep contempt for all of us. They literally put their noses in the air. They literally would not look our direction. When the MC mentioned me and our crew that were there, they didn't clap. They were so certain and arrogant in their Nazi party that it was somehow going to take over America. And we all saw what actually happened with it. And we were trying to save people from that. We were trying to be the voice of reason. Do not do that. That will fail this way. And it did. But they had this deep, deep arrogance and contempt. And look at them now. You insolent little fuckers. You insolent little fuckers. Not one of you had any decency. Not a single one. It was repulsive, the contempt they held for white well-being. The arrogance, the holier-than-thou way that they postured themselves. Absolutely despicable. Look at them now. Look at what it resulted in. Tens of thousands of dollars stolen, missing. The whole thing falling apart. The smartest guy adjacent to it saying they could, not only could they not lead the white race to victory, they couldn't lead their dog to take a shit in the woods. A complete joke. But that's how they behaved, didn't they? Didn't they behave? You were there with me. Isn't that exactly how they behaved toward us? Shame extorting. They were shaming us because we weren't going to support their little play party. And there'll be others in the future, just as there have been others in the past, others that will come along, and they'll suddenly get the notion, this is it. This is going to accomplish all. We're finally coming together. And we're going to be there saying, absolutely not. You're a villain. You're not going to achieve anything for white well-being. The other element of this, or a connected, related concept, is support shaming. You see that less often these days, but it still shows up in a space, not this past Saturday, but the Saturday before, there was some support shaming. A Jewsburg there decided to question the foundation and what really are they doing? And isn't this all just about money? Support shaming is criticizing an advocate for white well-being with the intent to undermine his or her efforts for white well-being, for accepting and or asking for various forms of support, volunteer, financial, etc. Note, withholding or questioning support to newcomers to the white positive sphere is not support shaming. Such individuals have to prove themselves worthy of support with sacrifice and a history of successful advocacy. So, in other words, somebody shows up and they're like brand new and they want money, go to hell. I paid everything myself for year after year after year after year, decades. Paid for everything myself. So you show up and you want donations. Well, we know where that's coming from. Prove yourself. And then we can talk about whether or not it makes sense to finance anything that you're doing or to help you with the bills. Interesting how people, the arrogant losers with the NJP. And boy, they were the picture of baseless arrogance, let me tell you. My God. But they want to shame you into supporting them, but they don't provide the benefit on the other end that would warrant volunteering, financial support, various other forms of support. And they would criticize the refusal to participate in something destructive with so many words that can be encapsulated in shaming somebody for asking for support. You can see how versatile the human brain can be when it has a self-serving agenda. And in this case, with those people, they had a little fantasy going on, largely born out of black and white video of men and women much better than themselves from history. You can't find, you never will find the key to recapture our destiny in an antique shop or in a cemetery. You can't ask ghosts for assistance. I also wanted to mention, before we roll out of here as we're getting to the end, and make sure if you have any tags for me, let me know. Hank Teach had this huge victory this week. He also shared a response to the meme pathogen. When you're accustomed to privilege, equality feels like oppression. How many of you have heard that one? Pretty damn common, isn't it? He shared his idea for a meme curative. Quote, when you want to oppress people and get away with it, you will say it's for equality. Very good. Try that one out, folks. When you come across one of these anti-whites, jot that one down. Try that out. Well done, Hank. Try that one out when you come across an anti-white saying, oh, when you're accustomed to privilege, equality feels like oppression. When you want to oppress people, and you can personalize when you want to oppress the white race. You can get away with it by calling it equality. Totally reframes. Well done. Who knows how much money this loser has raised? But there are costs to that. Attention being drawn to individuals like this that harm themselves with their behavior and the ideologies they take up and the things that they end up sharing, even though they're trying to hide their power level. They're so powerful, they're fired from the pizza delivery job, and now they're begging for help before the holidays. The cost is in attention. People are focused. The cost is in conclusions that people draw from what has happened. The cost is in the actual physical dollars that are no longer available for anything productive. So it's an opportunity cost. The cost is human investment. The investment of your time, your personality, of white people who potentially, ostensibly, care about Western kind and want to put an end to our victimization. The cost is them being wrapped up and enmeshed in this, what can rightly be called madness. I know when we recapture our destiny on the various stages on our way back to ending our victimization, that we will look back in the social sciences, whatever is legitimate there, and we will look at people like this as legitimately mad, as insane. Let me see what you all have to say before we pop out of here at the hard break final. Just went back and watched the replay of Blood Flow and Soil. That was hilarious. Oh, yes. The great it was the great Franklin that came up with Blood Flow and Soil. And there were a bunch of people came up with other great erectile dysfunction. That guy, what's his name? Connor or Tomlinson or something. selling those erection pills in the NSN. All right, another quick look here. And all right, didn't miss anybody there. Didn't miss anybody here, I think. Beautiful gathering, a Sunday gathering. God bless every single one of you for being here. Thank you for coming over. You are the real heroes of the white race. Legitimate. That's not for play. That's not for fun. That's not to puff an ego. That's legit. We are the only people on the battlefield of the real with the anti-whites. Think about that. Think about the responsibility that is. Take days off when you have to, but don't stay gone too long, or you might come back and there's none of us left. Didn't miss anybody there. Hartza has shown up on D Live, the House of Hartza, donating 1 lemon as well, financially gifting a lemon. Thank you, brother. I appreciate it. All right. I don't think we missed anything else. 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, The Shade Tree. And you can listen to that after the fact. If you can't make it, if you're at work or sleeping at that time or whatever it is, depending on where you are in the world, you can listen to it after the fact and be empowered by these heroes. And Wednesday, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And then after that gathering for me, after that gathering Rebel Roundtable, and I hope to see you there. We can share a laugh. We can, I think it went over 2 hours last Wednesday. We can share a laugh. We can find some insights. You can ask questions of yours truly or some of the other brilliant participants in service to white well-being. It's a very exciting time to get together, and it's changing minds for the better. Samuski, the great Samuski, says, I'm sure I must have lived or I'm living through blood flow and soil then. All right, folks. What a really glorious group of people to be in and to actually be achieving things. Can you imagine? Do you remember where you came from? Were you in some of these other circles? Were you a cuck and you were just inundated with abstractionizing cowardly garbage or conspiracy theories and nothing could be done? Maybe you were even exposed to QAnon and all of these crazy cat ladies with toxoplasmosis telling you that reptiles are running the world and their cats know. In fact, their cats have told them. Were you over in one of the schmuck circles and it was all just complaining about the Jews having power or Jews existing and how much they're able to do and how much they're able to achieve together and how we are all powerless and can just bemoan and bitch about other groups of human beings while feigning that you're somehow superior to them, even though you're incessantly victimized by them? Then at the same time, making the comment that the white race dominates the world in contradiction to all of your other comments, and that the white race dominates the world because we're superior, supposedly. And if you're superior, then you can dominate the others and it's legitimate. And the very next breath going right back to the Jews or the blacks or whatever other non-white groups are dominating us and it's illegitimate. What madness. Must have drove you insane. Thank God you're here. Love you all. Let's go free.